Sandra all the time is here with the cold hard truth. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama to call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth telling, more problem solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you.
People talking. What are they talking about? This world's gone crazy, and I'm trying to find a way out. Nobody knows where we're going, or if we're going at all. Nobody cares if we stand, if we have nowhere to fall. It's a singing symphony, playing as the ship goes down. It's a porcelain epiphany, breaking if it hits the ground. I gotta find a way out. So many questions answered without an answer to tell. Too many things on my mind for anything to go well. It's a singing symphony, playing as the ship goes down. It's a porcelain epiphany, breaking if it hits the ground. I gotta find a way out. Oh, it's a singing symphony, playing as the ship goes down. It's a porcelain epiphany, breaking if it hits the ground. I gotta find a way out.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, K-Man. Happy Monday. How are you beautiful people doing? Honey Chow, good morning. I see you. And I know what y'all are saying. Well, we don't see you, Honey Chow. Don't worry. Give me 1 second. Just fixing my eyebrows, one little tips. Yes. I'm going to get some of those eyebrows. What do you guys call them? This new fancy thing where you have them inked on or whatever. I think I need to do that. That's one less thing I have to worry about in my life if I do that, right? And it lasts for years. Y'all need to tell me, those of you who've had it done, tell me if you like it. It's like sort of a tattoo, I think. They've got some new method too that I've heard about that sounds interesting. All right, I'm gonna do that one of these days. That's on my bucket list. Who's gonna sponsor that for Auntie? I think somebody should sponsor it for me. Yeah, that sounds like a fabulous idea. Child, you know you're getting old when you start to find gray hairs in areas like an eyelash, right? You're like, where did this gray hair come from? Not the eyelashes. OMG. Lots happened this weekend. We're going to delve into it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn on the camera. I know y'all want to see me this morning. Yes, honey child. What a mess. What a stress. Well, what's the motto in life? You start with the hard stuff first, and then you do the easy stuff. I'm going to show you guys a video. I saw it yesterday. I can't remember exactly where I saw it, but I saw it yesterday, and it teaches you a lesson about the order in which you do things in life. Start with the hard stuff first. Sometimes that's the way to go, and then you ease into it after that. Y'all know what I mean. So where do we begin? Pure drama this weekend. OMG. Honey child. Some feelings might get hurt today. Warning, 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 warning. Clean up on aisle 5. Where's my little hold on. This is when I need my megaphone. Where is it? I'm gonna try and put on those glasses. Warning, warning. There's gonna be a hot mess on aisle 5. We'll need an early cleanup today, please. CMR team, bring the mop, bring the broom, bring the vacuum cleaner. Yes, there's going to be a lot of cleaning up to be done today. Hallelujah. Honey chill. Good morning. All right, we ready? Ready like Freddy? Let me see. There we are. Kaboom. Oh, wait a minute. Well, maybe. Whoo, honey chow. There. All right. Monday mix-up. Y'all see it behind me. Over there. Monday mix-up. Drama. We're coming. We're coming. Put on my specs. Oh, let's clean those so I can see y'all. See what's going on around me. I had to fix my little brows this morning a little bit. All right. Good morning, beautiful people. Love you lots. Politicians, ay. Boy, they can lie. They lie worse than a rug. They are a hot mess and then some. It is March the 17th. We've got about 6 weeks left in this general election, and I cannot wait until April the 30th. I'm excited for the day. We're going to have a good show on for you. Make sure that you tune in. You listen, we're your headlines for all things election related. And so, of course, we are here for it. Let me just share the links. Give me 1 quick second before I forget. Can I do a shout out this morning? By the way, I'm wearing a shirt. Now, I know on TV, on the screen, it looks red. It's actually orange. It's a really bright orange. Not that if it was red, it would matter, but this is actually a really bright orange. But they're in the same family of colors, so I can see. I'm looking at it and it actually does look red on the screen. But I love red. It has always actually been one of my favorite colors. I think for a long time it was my favorite color. This isn't red, this is an orange, but I love it too. And I love blue. I like a lot of primary colors. I do love colors. And I'm also a very black person. Like I love black. I wore a black jumpsuit yesterday. Ooh, honey child, not for nothing. But Auntie looked like she might have lost 1 or 2 little pounds. I'm just saying that jumpsuit was looking good and suave. Uh-huh. But let me do a big shout out to all good husbands this morning. Can you please stand up? All y'all good husbands, stand up. We're going to give you a round of applause this morning. Hold on. Where's my applause button? Applause. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you to all the good husbands who are there for your wives, and you do the little things that make your wives' lives so wonderful and so much better every single day. Because, you know, especially those of us who are entrepreneurs and even those who are housewives, we got a lot on our plate someday. We're here to hold the fort down, but it is a lot. So, you know, lots of moving parts, lots of things going on. And when you have a supportive partner, that really makes, my apologies, let me get my tea. That really makes such an amazing difference in your ability to navigate life. And, you know, some of them step up to the plate with the kids, and they're doing all the runs. My apologies. They're doing all the school runs in the mornings, and you know, they're just there for you. And so let's give a big shout out to all of the amazing husbands, because sometimes when they talk about the ones that are making our lives miserable, and you know, yeah, they're still there for some of you. You gotta pick better, is what I would recommend. But for everybody else, I can tell you that when you've got a good one, child, you got to just be grateful. So I want to do a big shout out to all the good husbands, mine included. And he has been really helping me sort out my digital life, because Lord Jesus, there are so many incredible moving parts to what I do. Facebook has now decided that they're no longer going to keep videos infinitum. You have to now start they're going to delete your video content. So your videos will only stay there, I think, for like 30 days. And so I'm thinking, oh my God, I've got years worth of amazing shows. I can't just have those shows deleted. So now I've got to find a system of backing them up and all this kind of stuff. And I've been trying to figure out how to back up my phone and take stuff off. And it is just a nightmare. So Marlon has set up a 32 terabyte, NAS system for me to move all my stuff over there. He's got another system. I don't even know how many terabytes that is for all of my phone content. Now I can easily, from my phone, access things that are on my computer and phone. Oh, seamless integration is what he's been working on. So big shout out to him for doing that for me. Let me do a couple really quick birthday greetings as well this morning before we get into the thick of it. So Melanie Sims had a birthday this weekend. On the 15th was her birthday. So big birthday shout out to Melanie. Happy birthday, and I hope that you enjoyed it. And Miss, oh Lord, trying to remind me of her name now. Hold on. Mummy. Hold on, I'm going to give another big shout out to a beautiful lady here as well. So thank you guys so much. Oh yeah, somebody says I've had my eyebrows microbladed. That's what it is. And they technically last years, but you need to touch them up once a year. Yes, honey child, I'm going to look into that. Thank you so much. All right. So yes, thank you so much. All right, so we'll do some more birthday shout outs here in just a bit. Honey child, trust and believe. Oh my gosh. How do I save those little gifs that y'all be sending, those little stickers? Oh, I love this one. This one is legit. How do I save that one? Child, I need this one in my life. This is the guy, he's like, he got on a blue lipstick and he's doing like this. We're gonna need that this morning, because we're gonna be snatching some people back into reality. Yes. All right, let me get Miss oh, I can't remember her name now. Anyway, I'm gonna get her her first name so that y'all know exactly who I'm talking about. We're going to do a birthday shout out to her. She's on my Facebook. She's one of my Facebook friends this morning as well. All right, let's get this choo-choo train on the road. Choo-choo. So we have people visiting from the UK again, family of family. You know, we treat them like family. That's K Mankind. Big shout out to all the birthday people who were at the Marriott yesterday during their brunch. They look like they were having a fantastic time. They even shared, one young lady, is it Kira? She shared her, she works at the insurance company. She shared her cake, her birthday cake with us because child Gigi was sitting there looking at her cake because it had pink in it. She's like, oh, Mom, that cake's, I'm like, girl, you just ate a piece of cake. What is wrong with you? You don't need any more cake. And so she gave us a piece of her beautiful, I don't know who did that black and white cake, but it was chocolate and strawberry pink on the inside. Gorgeous. So they gave us a piece. K Mankind. You know, Caymanians know all about K Mankind. It's just that y'all be abusing it and mistreating it. That's what the problem is. It's not that Caymanians are not naturally kind people. We are. But some of y'all don't know how to treat, you know, you try to take advantage of people just because they're being kind. So we got some more birthday greetings and good husband shout outs as well. Lavana giving one to her husband, Jermaine Johnson. Good. Go on through, Jermaine. That's right. Melody says, I know a bad husband there. Very bad. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. We're not celebrating them. Today's St. Patrick's Day? Is it? Oops. Didn't get that memo. Thank you, Strong Will. Does it look orange to you? All right, honey chow. Let me prop up the sisters and everything. All right. So yes, good husbands, y'all keep doing you. Keep being supportive. We absolutely love it. Miss Lucille, good morning. Mr. Dexter, good morning to you. Carlene, where your husband at? He's a good husband too. Good father. Tell him just to hold it down, honey chow. I know it's not always easy. Big shout out to him. And he's one of those amazing civil servants. Yes. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. So who else we got? Any other good husband shout outs? Sandra is doing a happy birthday shout out to Vicky. McClenahan, is that how she pronounces it? Good morning, Miss Joy. Birthday shout out to Miss Janice Frederick. God bless her. That's from Strong Wilt. Shaka says, amen, Auntie Sandy. That needed to be said about the K Mankind madness. Miss Linda says, I wish all husbands would drink and sleep. I wish all husbands would drink and sleep after stay in a bar room. Huh? I wish all husbands drink and sleep after they stay in a bar room. Linda, come again. I'm not quite sure I'm getting that one. And a bar room, what they doing in the bar room to begin with? I mean, not for nothing, but I'm going to tell y'all, you're wasting your time sitting in the bar room. What is there to do in a bar room? Drink yourselves into stupor and what? Looking at somebody else's woman that you're trying to pay to be yours? That's not no good life to be involved in, honey chow. Nope. Stay out of the bar room. Y'all need to do better. Yes. Let me see who else. Oh, you're going to send me a private message? Oh, girl, that sounds like some real sauce. Jamila, good morning. Happy birthday greetings to her son, Jathan. Happy birthday. Is that the baby or your older son? Shaka Zulu says, generational Caymanians know K Mankind instinctually. No need to be abusing the notion of being K Mankind. Exactly. That is just who we are. But too many people have been abusing that K Mankind. All right. Roar came on. Good morning to you. Jim is here. Patricia Blake. Leanna says 6 weeks left. Wow. Blessed morning, CMR and Auntie Sandy and K-Man. Yes. Hi, Mr. Dexter, says Lala. Saw you at Rolson's event last Saturday by Turtle Farm. Nice to finally put a face to the voice. Oh, did you? Roar came on, said, red again, getting worried. No, it's purple. But I do have some red tops in my closet, and I love me some red. So, Abby, it's not 9:30, but we can light it up a little bit this morning. We can go there. All right, Miss Beulah. Bring it, says Jim. Yes, sir. Love it, but you need to touch up once a year. Carol Fourier is the best. You got to send me her number so I can find out where Carol is. I've been thinking about it for a while. Evelyn said she got hers done in the UK last year. Yes, we need to take care of ourselves, ladies. You know, we gotta keep the skin supple and looking good. Shani, good morning, darling. Kimmy is here. Akil says a marvelous Monday morning to the magnificent people of Cayman from a rainy Riley, North Carolina. Oh, rainy. It's nice and sunshiny here. Season, Lucky Body says election season is hot. Morning, Miss Alba, Felicia Rankin, Marshall, Robert Ebanks in the house, honey child. Good morning, good morning. Jim said, thanks for the prayers yesterday. We sure need it. You know, it's not often that I pray in public because I like to keep my prayers to myself. But Jim, I really did feel like we needed it yesterday. And the good Lord knows we need it leading right up to the election. So 6 more weeks. And thank you so much for acknowledging as well. We had a little special segment yesterday. And those of you in Radioland who would have missed it, we're going to get a little bit of a recap this morning as well. Let's get into it. So over the weekend, like I said, this is my vitamin E moisturizer. I was trying to have myself a good weekend, you know, just relaxing. And I had to work. And big shout out to Ralston. He had his launch event on Saturday evening there at the Turtle Center across the parking lot. And I can tell you it was a good crowd. I didn't stay to the event because we're entertaining guests from the UK. So I had to go and take care of that. But I tell you what, the crowds were good. I saw people as far as the east. The wise men from the east even came out, honey child. And they were there taking it all in. We have it live streamed. If you're interested in seeing it, by all means, go and have a look-see. And yes, Ralston had a very, very good launch event. So lots of people were in attendance. And I think we did like a 5-minute and something short video of his, you know, people were starting to gather before he got on stage. And that has like something like, what, 20-something thousand views already? My goodness, what a mess. Lots. So good on Ralston. You know, good luck to all of the candidates. Well, some of you, I'm not wishing any luck. I'm not even going to lie. Some of y'all wish you'd get out of the way. But anywho, we're going to talk about that and more here this morning. So that was an extremely good event. So let me see. 38.6. No, that's another event. Hold on. Ralston. So there was a debate on Friday with Northside. Don't forget to go and vote in the debate who you thought won the debate. I actually heard, I'll give you the honest truth, the feedback, the general feedback that I've gotten, that has over 10,000 views, 10,500 views, by the way. It was only an hour and 14 minutes because there's only 2 candidates in Northside. But the general feedback that I've gotten in relation to Northside is that both candidates debated extremely well. In fact, not needing even a single piece of paper. And so my sources from East End, Northside, and all over said that they thought that that was a much better debate than East End. You know, we're not comparing one district to the next, but we are. So East Enders, get it together, honey child. Y'all ain't impressing nobody these days. You know, They said the wise men came from the east, but so far it looks like the wise men actually came from the north, from Northside. So East End, step up to the plate. So yes, big shout out to Justin Ebanks and Jay Ebanks. Is Justin and Jay family? Are they like cousins or something? Good morning, caller. Oh, hold on, honey child. I can't hear you. This old phone be getting on my nerves with this now. Let me see. Good morning. Yeah, I still can't hear you. Yeah. All right, when this happens, normally I have to restart it. So let me just restart it and call you right back. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It's like it's not recognizing the device. So sometimes you just have to restart it and then it picks it up. So yes, congratulations to both gentlemen. And, I guess you got a choice, PPM or an independent candidate. I don't know where Jay is going to land after the election. I'm going to be honest with you, because he has kind of aligned himself with certain people during the last time that have now abandoned him and left him by the wayside. And so I understand he's been talking to Dan Scott people, which would be very, very interesting. I'm just saying it would be interesting. All right, let me see now if I can get this thing connected. All right. I'm not too sure why. I'm going to replace this with a road cable here soon. All right, let me just see if I can call that gentleman back and if I can actually hear him. Normally I should hear the, hold on. I should hear the phone ringing. I don't hear it. Ah, there we are. Ooh, honey child. Good morning.
How you doing?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm A-okay. I'm blessed and highly favored.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I'm calling in to just make a comment, really. People keep saying that this is a debate. Now, as far as I know, a debate is a back and forth, right? I mean, you and I are in a debate. I'm talking to you. You're talking to me. And then there's some sort of moderator. I mean, in what ways is that a debate? It just sounds to me like the moderators, which would be chambers, they ask a question of the candidate or ask questions of the candidates, and then the candidates just answer the questions.
I mean, I think the chamber's calling it, candidates forum. It is a debate, but not in the traditional sense of maybe a debate of them going back and forth. So normally a debate is, and I mean, we see even with the US presidential debate, right? They both get asked a question and they have the same amount of time to answer it. So it's not that they're debating each other back and forth like head to head, but they are, because they're getting the exact same question. You get to see their responses. So I think it just depends on how, it's a little bit of a semantical, that's not really a word, but semantics, and how you see a debate. A debate doesn't necessarily have to be contentious in any way, and so maybe that's where you're thinking more of the presidential debate. But to be honest, if people would behave themselves, even at the presidential debate, they would just answer the question and not talk to each other. It's not about yelling back and forth at each other or talking to each other. It's about talking to the moderator who's asked you the question. And so that really is, I mean, I was in debate club in high school, and that's really how debates should work. Like it's a little bit different that it's not question based, but you might get a singular question and then you debate the merits of whatever position you're going to take in that. So I think that more or less it's the same. It's a debate for all intents and purposes, right?
All right.
I mean, that's my take on it. Yeah. Thank you, my dear.
All right, thank you.
You're most welcome. So yeah, I mean, some people, the chamber calls it a forum. Some people call it a debate. They're answering the same questions. So you're getting to hear how they think and what their ideas are and some of the things that are facing us as a country. So Voyager says both candidates did well in North Side, but to be honest, Jay has a record of actually accomplishing a lot. Justin is a talker, but that's it. Well, yes. I mean, I suppose Justin would not have had the opportunity since he's not yet elected. And I will be honest with you, Northsiders generally say that Jay has done a lot for them in his tenure. Now, I think that one of the interesting things about that is that probably speaks to the failings of maybe the person who'd been there before Jay, not doing anything. Not to say that Jay hasn't done stuff, but when you compare yourself to someone who maybe wasn't doing anything, it's probably a lot easier to shine. I'm just saying, because the bar was set very, very low. So yes, what a hot mess. All right. So big birthday shout out to Miss Pearl. We're going to post her up here in a second as well. So she's also celebrating a birthday today. All right. So, I mean, I think that, again, they both did well. And congratulations to the residents of Northside, but I do agree with Voyager that actions, say a lot. So Trish says in Justin Ebank's professional arena, he's no talker. So the odds are just as impressive. The ideas match his track record as well. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe he needs to sell us, a bit more on his accomplishments there. I think the thing that will hurt Justin, unfortunately, is that he's aligned with the progressives. I'm just saying, not too many progressive people, unfortunately, are going to get elected because their track record is in the toilet at the moment. Trisha says, thank you for the breakdown, Sandra, of a debate. Exactly how it is. Good morning to Miss Debbie Ebanks in the house. So Miss Debbie, look at her beautiful face. She's so happy. Her and Shiloh, her beautiful dog, have moved to Thailand. What an adventure. Oh my God. One of these days, I don't know if I'm going to move again, but I might. You never know. Never say never. But they trekked halfway around the world and they're now living in beautiful Thailand. So good luck to you, Debbie, on this amazing journey. Please do keep us informed of how it goes. And I'm so happy for you because I think she's obviously lived abroad already, but I think every Caymanian should take a portion of their life, whether it's in the early years after university or perhaps later in life, to just live away, see the world, because you learn so much that way. Raymond says it's not a debate. Thank you. I was saying the same thing, which also shows you something. Everyone says the same thing in agreement on what the problem is or are. And so it's like, who said it better? Nothing to do with the actual how they're going to get it done. But Raymond, to be fair, the questions are asking for solutions. So whether or not they answer the question, and this is one of my pet peeves, quite frankly, is the fact that a lot of people don't answer the question. So that's the problem, right? But the chamber questions, the ones that I've heard so far, have been very, very targeted at solutions. Like, what is the solution that you're proposing for this? And so I think that the chamber has done a phenomenal job at hosting this debate forum or candidate forum or whatever we're calling it. And it's respectful in the way that it's done so that you don't have this back and forth that you've seen in some other presidential and candidate debates and stuff elsewhere. So Tartarian says, I like the format, I must say. I get more for it this way. 3 minutes is not enough time for rebuttal. But time is of the essence when you have like 5 candidates running. You'd be there all night. And you also get fatigued. Not everybody's great at answering questions, but I think that, whether you're great or not, if it goes on for too long, you actually do get fatigued. So that's important to keep in mind. But yeah, some of these guys, they don't practice debating. They don't practice answering questions. And it is an art form, believe me, you. And as someone who, I was on the debate team all the way from high school. I used to be in the debate team. And listen, I have had to deliver speeches and monologues and all sorts of stuff in my short life. And I can tell you what, there is an art form to it. And the more you do it, the better you get. And so, I didn't have anyone like teaching me these things back in the day. And I'll tell you what, we didn't have any AI tools or anything. You better, get your little pen and paper and your little pencil and figure it out. And in my household growing up in the States, I didn't have anyone in my household who was a college graduate, university graduate. So I didn't necessarily have the benefit of that either. I mean, my aunt was a very, very strict Christian lady. And so she had her principles and that's how she ruled the day. But when it came to my academic life, I had to oftentimes reach out to resources around me. And thankfully they were there. I remember they had a toll-free number for kids. And so sometimes after school, I would have to go and sit with my uncle, especially my aunt was traveling because she was homemaker. She was in the home. But if she was traveling or something else, I'd have to go. He worked at a school. He did janitorial work, very, very simple people, and I would go and have to sit there and do my homework. And so sometimes they had a phone in the little waiting area where I could sit and I would call because at my school, they made these resources available. If you were doing homework and you needed help, algebra used to always trip me up. and I'd be like, I don't know what this equation's even asking me, I could call that toll-free number for help. And there were teachers who volunteered in the evenings to be part of that number. I think it went up until like maybe 9 o'clock at night. Kids could call in, ask a question, and then they would be there to help them. It was such an amazing tool to have available. So, you know, it is what it is. And I think Cayman really needs to pick up on more of those things for sure. And so, yes, I learned how to debate, and I would literally stand in front of the mirror and I would practice. I did school plays, which also helps with your presentation skills. It helps you get over your fear of standing in front of people. You know, I was always trying to be in the school plays and different stuff. And so church, you know, I was always, one year I played Mary, honey child, the mother of Jesus. I know, it was such a proud moment. So, you know, I did those things. So TB Parkinson says, morning. Yes, Jay did more in Northside than Edna and Ezard, but good luck to both Jay and Justin. Voyager says Justin has made a poor decision in joining the PPM. History shows they're only interested in addressing issues, infrastructure, etc., on the western side of the island. Sharm says, hi, Deb. Good for you and Shiloh. Don't be a stranger. No, she'll be here every morning, still tuning in, I'm sure. John says, I can't hear a thing. Mr. John, it's either a wax in your ear problem or your volume is not working. I'm going to assume it's the volume. So sometimes if you just refresh, which if he can't hear a thing, he won't hear any of this. But Johan is in the house. We're coming for you, Johan. We can do some blazing this morning. Don't worry. Trisha says, I keep hearing you say that, Sandra, about the PPM, but have you ever read maybe the last 2 manifestos for the PPM and compare the actual accomplishments that initiate the foundation for government today? Trisha, where can I find these 2 manifestos, please? Let me know where the link is. What I can tell you is the average voter in the Cayman Islands has no use. I'm just telling you what's on the streets. Listen, I was speaking to Dan Scott yesterday, and I told him everybody's entitled to their opinion. You certainly don't have to agree with mine. It's just my opinion. This is an opinion-based show. This is not a news show, to be clear. This is an opinion-based show. So you don't have to agree with my opinion. You're entitled to yours, and we welcome your opinion. But I keep my ears down to the ground, honey child, very, very low to the ground. And I listen. And what I can tell you is the average person in Cayman has no use for the progressives. I'm just telling you the truth. Did you listen to when, what's his name was on here? Kenneth? Did you hear not just the amount of people that called in and expressed themselves, but how passionate they were about don't join the PPM? Are you crazy? They're not for the people? Child, I'm telling you, April 30th, y'all gonna see that Auntie was spot on with 97% of this. Oh, good, Mr. Johnny said his ears are clean. That was a little joke. So yes, most people don't have time for the progressives, and it is what it is. They had 15 plus years of some form of progressive-led government, and are we better off for it? Like, really? And to be clear, even this UPM government, for all intents and purposes, was a progressive government. That's why all of a sudden they backed down. Yes, they were going to support a minority government. They were given Julianne O'Connor Conley, the former premier of the Cayman Islands. I guess she's still premier because the cabinet still stays around because somebody has to run things. But, you know, they were going to give her the opportunity now, give her a chance. When they were not willing to give the PAC government a chance, they were constantly trying to tear them apart. Listen, honey child, we all know what's going on, okay? There's no nothing in this world that is a real secret, and there's certainly nothing that's happening in their government that is a real secret. And we're going to get into some of that. So we got 642 plus 14. Somebody tell me how much that is. Y'all do the math. That's a lot of people on this morning. So let's get into the sus. I know that you're here for it. Debbie says there's no way I'm missing CMR, honey child. She's going to be locked in every single day. Mr. Victor Lookloy in the house. Good morning, sir. He says, I was very impressed with Miss Richards of East End. She spoke well. and was the only candidate who did not confine her ideas to East End and local politics. She would be the best choice in my view. I did hear, actually, thank you, some very positive things about her as well. In fact, I need to go check the poll question for East End to see who you guys picked as the winner for that. So give me a second. I'm going to do that now. Don't forget, we got lots of polls up. You can go and have a look at the running polls. So who won the East End debate? That one is now closed. Results show Isaac Rankin by 45.81%. Jiva Richards came in second with 33.9%. And then John McLean as an independent coming in at 8.37%. Somebody else said no clear winner. Roydell is all the way at the end. Ooh, Roydell, no son. You did not do well, Roydell. Sorry. Is that someone knocking at my window? Is that a bird? Let me see. Did a bird just run into my window? Oh my gosh. I hope you're okay, little birdie, if that was you. I'm not sure. I heard a little tap on the window just now. All right. So yes, that is so, that is so interesting. Wow. Okay. So interesting that you guys thought that Isaac won it. I did hear a lot of positive things, like I said, about Miss Jiva as well. So go and vote. The Northside poll, I think, is still open. So you can vote in that one. And yes. All right. So over the weekend, one of the unfortunate things that I had to address, I'm going to briefly address it again here this morning. Let me just show you the results. This is East End results. Go vote in Northside. Morning, Kim and Brat, the best island. Miss Iva, good morning. Dean Schletz in the house. Thank you so much. Lucky Body says, yes, Miss Richards did an amazing job with her debate performance. Dean says, many of the candidates may have to join the PPM to form a government, like it or hate it. I doubt that, honey child. I seriously doubt that. They may not have to join the PPM. The PPM is running a pretty full slate of candidates. How many do they have in total? So if they can't form a government with what they have, I don't think you're going to find many independents wanting to join with them. My prediction is going to be that TCCP will have quite a few seats in there, and then they will join with some key independents who I know is not going to work with either the PPM or the CINP. So, when they come in here, they tell you they'll work with anyone, but I know behind the scenes that they actually won't. For more reasons than one, because sometimes there are things that have already happened between these people that make it impossible for them to work together. And it is what it is. These are the realities of life and politics. And you guys may not always know. That's why I try during the show to really provide you with some insight into what's happening, because I know that there's a lot of things that are happening behind the scenes that you're not really cognizant or aware of. And maybe that's why this show is a little bit different than some others. North, Dewey wants to see the results for North. Hold on one second. Let me just go back to North. So North side is still open until the 18th. So that's tomorrow. We're doing the debate once for a couple days. Let me see what the results are. Yes, let me just screen grab this and show you the results. And go look at the question too about which party that you favor, and you will see that the PPM is unfortunately all the way at the end of that of those poll results. Let me see what that question is looking like now as well. Your preferred party, it's still live, by the way, so you can still go vote in this if you haven't voted. And the results so far show the Caymanian Community Party 45.8%, the Cayman Islands National Party 41.8%, the Progressives 12.2%. Folks, I'm honestly not, this isn't, okay, it's my opinion, but it's not my opinion based on nothing. It's my opinion based on what people are saying and how people are feeling in the community. So of course, Selvin, I know you're pro PPM, you're married to a big PPM person, that's fine. But the fact that you don't have a clue what's actually going on in this country isn't my fault. I'm not blinded by any lenses from any party. You can believe me when I tell you that. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. Here's the North Side results. That's the party results. Yes. So let me show you the North Side results as well. Hold on one second here. And North Side results are kind of interesting. So according to the poll here, and again, please go and vote. Jahani J. Ebanks is in the lead with 75.25%. Justin Ebanks, 24.75%. So this was who won the North Side debate. Let me put up the, because this would have been Friday that this was, this went live. So let me just put up the debate question here for North Side. Where's that one? Let me just find it. And then please, if you've not yet voted in it, you can do so. Can I have the poll for the debates? Yes, some of y'all need to join the channel, so that you can get those all the time. All right, hold on one second. Let me just show you. Let me just send you this one. I think we put it up on Friday night. 12:04 a.m. I was messaging my guy and he had it ready by 12:36. Honey child, right now everybody is in, election mode on my team. So we have some very unusual hours that we're keeping all over the place. Big shout out to the CMR team. I don't do it alone. It takes a team to pull this off. And I want to thank my graphic designer who's working around the clock. I want to thank the writers. I want to thank the website guy, all sorts of amazing people who make it happen. Did anyone go to KB's meeting/rally over the weekend? Did he have one this weekend? I don't even know. I'm not really following all of the schedules, to be honest. But what I will say is that here's the one for North Side, and I'll put the link in there as well. So please scan the QR code and let me also share the link. I don't know. I don't have his schedule or anything. Kenneth is a bit of an enigma. And, I do need to talk to Kenneth because, we spoke several times on Thursday. And then on Friday, I think, was it Thursday? No, Thursday evening, he had a meeting and he did something that I was really, really disappointed in. And I'm not trying to throw Kenneth under the bus, but he throws himself under the bus. I'm going to be quite honest with you, because of the things that he does publicly versus what he does privately. He really knows how to, lose his acquaintances and friends and that sort of thing. And that's quite unfortunate for him. He needs to do better. Kenneth, I don't want you crying today. So I gotta put you in the back burner for now, but we can come back to you. Thank you. Lambrita says CMR team, 100%. We're here for you, honey child. Lucky Body says, in my opinion, no one won the North Side debate. Okay, well, I guess we need to ask, we should put that on there too as an option. So let me edit it. You might be the one person who's like, no clear winner. All right, let me put that on there as a option. And then there you go. It's updated. You'll be the one person who chooses that. I think most people do believe that one or the other won. Miss Amelia said, kaboom. All right. Gabby says, I'm confused. The guy, Leon, I don't hear nothing about no meetings, and I don't know if he's with a party group. Child, please. He's not even worth sneezing on this morning. He shouldn't be running. He should drop out of the race. He's a complete waste of time and space. And there you have it. That's just the truth. He's not going anywhere. If he gets 2% of the votes, that means that him and his wife decided to vote for him. His wife might not even vote for him. That's kind of how I feel about the situation. 689 people on the live stream. Let's get this show going. Yeah, some people are just taking up space and they shouldn't be there. None at all. He tried having one meeting on Facebook and it was an abject failure. He didn't even have his camera position right, and then he had to delete the meeting, all 5 minutes of it. So some people not ready. On Sunday morning, yesterday morning, I woke up in the morning to some drama surrounding myself. And I'm taking the time to readdress this again because I'm going to fire one warning shot this morning. I spoke to Dan Scott. I spoke to a few people in the CINP yesterday because I understand that some of their members were like circulating this video from this girl, Kirstie. What's her name? Kirstie something Foster. Kirstie, what's her name again? Kirstie. Anyway, you can go watch the show yesterday and my direct response to her. But what I would say today is that Kirstie Johnson Foster, no relation to the Fosters that we know, I'm pretty sure of that, because she ain't got no scruples about her. But anyway, somebody else said J1. That's their opinion. Well, go vote. So listen, I am contemplating what to do, right? Because you guys know that I have always been One Loves 365. So the show started from yesterday. Kaboom. Kaboom! Let me tell you the person I've always been, right? This is my personality. My aunt, by the time I got to live in Florida with my aunt, I just turned 9 years old. So I was already I'm already a person, obviously. With my own little attitude, my own little brains. And one of the reasons why my aunt decided to take me was because she thought, oh, she's the youngest. I'll be able to mold her. It'll be easier to work with her. Like she didn't want somebody strong-minded. Oh, poor her. Little did she know, she probably picked, between me and my sister Susan, she might have picked the strongest minded of the two. But she thought age, it was easier to mold, so she's like, I'll take her. And I can work with her, I think. So listen, we always had, I've always been a strong little person from way back when, right? But she gave me some really, really good principled positions to start with in life. And I try to stick with those. So I'm in 98% of the times, I'm not the person who picks a fight. When I was in high school, I had like one fight with a guy named Mike, and he started it. He'd been harassing me forever. He started it. But then when it comes to defending myself and responding, I'm going to do that. You better believe it. And sometimes my response is a nuclear one. I appreciate that because some people are like, oh my God, Sandy, you didn't have to go that hard. And I'm like, really? You gonna come for me with your lies and you don't think that I'm gonna go hard? I cannot stand a liar. I cannot stand people who lie. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. Whether you lie in your friendships, you lie in your personal relationships, husbands and wives, you're dishonest in business, you're dishonest in your community. My pet peeves are people who are dishonest and who lie. So you can imagine the struggles I have dealing with key man politicians on a regular. Listen, when they come to me, oh, Sandy, we want to advertise, whatever. The first thing I say, and I'm going to tell you all this story again, like I've told you this before. Listen, this is a business. I have services to sell, whatever. If you and I want to have an okay relationship, don't lie to me because we can have a problem. Okay? If I ask you a question, that's why you see sometimes the candidates come on here and I will ask them a question and they don't want to answer the question. I think she's Jules Foster's daughter. Her mom is a niece. Who the hell is Jules? I don't even know these people. Her dad is Taylor Foster, uncle. So Taylor, that's my little friend Taylor from Car City, that Taylor. So Taylor and her are first cousins, and her dad is the youngest of the set of brothers. Oh, so she's related to them? For real? Child, they always have outliners in every family. Okay, then. Yes, sir. I love Taylor. Somebody said, yep, same Taylor. What? That's my buddy. Jules is Foster's brother. Okay. Really? That's so interesting. I would have never thought that she was one of the core fosters. See, now that surprises me. But there you go. Wow, do they claim her? I'm just curious. Like, oh my God. I love Taylor. He is just the best. Great customer service. He's such a nice young man. Anyway, starting to digress, but wow, that made my brain fart because I can't even believe it. She's family to them? Oh, Lord Jesus. Okay, well, there you have it. What a hot mess. Anywho, let me continue. Woo, honey child, over 700 people in the live stream. I have got to stay focused. So yes, I'm the person who who is Jules? I don't even know who Jules is. He's the youngest son of Steve Foster. He's Sheen and Robert's brother. Strong Will says, Sandy, tell me that you've never lied before. Of course I've lied. What are you talking about? Everybody lies at some point in their lives. I'm less likely to lie now than I would have 15, 20 years ago, that's for sure. And I tell you what, with my aunt, every time she'd catch me to lie, oh God, I would be in so much trouble. I used to lie about chocolates a lot. Always had a sweet tooth. And I would hide that Snickers bar in my room. And when she'd find it, we had a psychic connection that I always knew when I was going to get whooped. I always knew when she found out that I did something wrong. Like literally, I would be sitting in church, minding my own business, trying to listen to the sermon. And it would just be like, boom, she just found the candy wrapping. Oh man, when I get home, I'm going to be in so much trouble. And you better believe it, boy. She was old fashioned, bend over, pull down your pants. And the only saving grace that I had, this is why I love dogs, is I had a dog named Prince. Well, it was actually her dog. I had a dog named Prince. And let me tell you something. Prince, she could not beat me with Prince in the room. Prince would tear her up. He was like, he would pull whatever out of her. Oh, I loved me, Prince. He was such a good dog. Oh, I went there and found him there. And he really stood up for me. I broke my arm. The only time I've had a broken bone, well, except the car accident that almost killed me. But in the States, I had a broken arm because I was walking him and I tripped up because he saw, listen, these disgusting men who would try to talk to me as a little girl. Oh no, you didn't talk to me around Prince because he was like, and he would bite you. Hello. So one time he was doing that to somebody and his leash was getting away from me and I tripped and I fell on the sidewalk and I broke my wrist and the bone was like almost sticking out. It was really, really bad break. But anyway, so yes, everybody lies. Everybody has lied. You know, I still don't like liars and I try to tell the truth or say nothing at all. So that's my position now is I say nothing if I can't tell you the truth. I'll just look at you like, So I don't like liars. And like I said, it's very, very difficult working with politicians because a lot of them lie on a regular basis. And some of them will lie to your face. And I know that they're lying. And it's just like, let me find a Zen moment. I'm not going to say anything to this person because I know you're lying to me. I know. We're not going to go there. And I'm not calling his name this morning because I'm not ready to pick a fight with him. You see, because the point that I'm getting to is when I don't pick fights, but when I finish them, because you're going to bring a fight to my step, I'm going to be the little girl who's going to defend herself. And when I have to defend myself, sometimes the response is a nuclear one. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that I can go from 0 to 100. And for me, that's okay. I mean, I don't mind it, but that's just how I am. I'm like, listen, don't come for me. Especially knowing how many of you are just really disgusting in so many different ways. Now I'm talking about politicians. So I don't really like, I try to stay in my lane. Like I don't mess with people too much. You know? Yes, Mirror Star, we come into that, honey child. You make them sit there. The other thing is I actually believe in fairness. I really, really do. Right? And I guess that's what's attracted me to the law because I thought the legal system, you know, when you're a little kid, the lady justice, blind, although now she's peeking out with one blindfold, the scales of justice, you know, you think that life should be fair and equitable for people. As you get older, of course, you know that just isn't the truth. There's a lot of things that make life an uneven playing field, even in the judiciary and in the court system. So when it comes to politicians, my position is this, okay? I don't care who you are. I don't care what your position is. I might have a personal opinion, but I always try to be fair. Listen, Joey, Hugh called me the other day. I picked up the phone. He had said, Sandy, I want to have a conversation. I'm not going to tell y'all what the conversation was about because he asked me to keep the conversation between us. 46 minutes, I was on the phone with Joey Hugh. And we ended the conversation on a very positive note. Joey reminded me, I didn't even remember that him and I sat on the Trade and Business Licensing Board way back when. He's like, Sandy, I've known you a long time. I have always tried to respect you. You know, you and I have not had any personal beef. And, you know, I haven't. I mean, it's not, in my mind, about anyone on a personal level. That's not what this is about. Now, some of them stink in their personal lives, but I don't dislike, we're all Caymanians. We have elected these people, whether I personally have elected them or you've elected them or whatever. And we want to support them when it comes to running the good ship Cayman, trying to get it back on the right track, okay? And it is what it is. So anyone who puts Cayman first, Caymanians first, and trying to make this the best little rock in all of the world, I'm here for you, and I will try to support that initiative in any way that I can. Right now, if Juliana O'Connor Conley called me on this phone and had something good to say, some positive initiatives, people that came out, I would be like, okay, we're going to support this. It's not as much about personalities as you guys think, except that for a lot of these MPs, their personalities is who they are in the world of politics as well. So it's difficult sometimes to separate the two. I will admit that as well, right? So when I started to get this video yesterday from Kirstie Foster, I was looking at her thinking, she looks familiar. I'm sure that we've bucked heads before on something, but I cannot remember what it is. And I'll be honest with you folks, I obviously, because of this role, have had to say a lot about a lot of different people. I report on people, I buck heads with people, but I don't actually know a lot of people. You know, this is a strange thing. I had someone walk up to me yesterday and said, Sandy, I'm so-and-so. We've talked on WhatsApp all the time. I was like, oh my God. A lot of people talk to me in WhatsApp, but when I see them in person, I don't connect the dots. That's who that is. Because a lot of times I'm not the person who, you know, you guys can update your WhatsApp status and stuff. I don't even know, like, I know how to do it, but I hardly ever do mine. And I never really do it. And so I don't watch people updating their status. I don't pay attention to any of that stuff, right? That's just not me. And so a lot of times I don't even look at your profile picture in terms of who on earth you are. Like I actually have people who will speak to me on WhatsApp all the time. And when I see them in person, I don't even know that that's them. Honest to God. This is how Chinese people from all my Chinese movies, this is how they do their little, like, I on my heart kind of thing, right? I really don't. So don't take it personal if you see me and I don't have no clue who you are and you've been talking to me like you and I best friends. I talk to a lot of people, right? On WhatsApp especially. So I was looking at her thinking, I know Kirstie from somewhere. You know, Noel said, bless his little heart. He's going in for a little procedure today for his heart. We wish you well, Noel. Hopefully that procedure is successful. So we, Instagram, let me get you back. Hold on one second. So, you know, she sent around this video and her and I obviously, oh my God. Oh my goodness. Sorry. I saw some American news. Oh, horrible. Oh, Americans are crazy. Lord Jesus. What a wicked set of people. Anyway, I, saw this video. Obviously, you guys were kind enough to send it to me as it started circulating. Noel says that he had it for like 3 days. I'm not so sure about that, but anyway, he said he had it for 3 days and, he was asked to put it up and he put it up. Whatever. I'm sure if it was a positive video, it would not have been up on anybody's page. Let's just be very, very clear about how this works. You cannot do this job looking for any sort of praise from people. You know, that's not what this job is all about. what is the I keep talking about this book and then I keep forgetting what it's called, and I keep trying to all right. Anyway, let me be very, very clear here. Okay, Instagram, you guys are back. My apologies. It clicks you guys off now every hour on the hour. All right. So listen, at the end of the day, you know, she's entitled to her opinion. And I want to make this very, very, very clear. She can say whatever it is that she wants, this Kirstie girl, right? That's her opinion. She's entitled to it. But what she can't do, and this is where now I am contemplating how I'm going to address this in a real and meaningful way. Because what she cannot do is she cannot make up lies on people, and she cannot make up stories on people, right? So in her video, for those of you who didn't see it, should I play the video again this morning? It's just a couple minutes. But for those of you who did not see the video, she essentially says, and everybody knows who she's talking about, right? She thinks that by not calling names, I suppose, that she is going to not find herself in a predicament. Little does she know, you don't have to call somebody's name for people to know exactly who you're talking about. Is there any doubt in anybody's mind that she was talking about me, and that she was also talking about Mr. Wayne Panton, and she was also talking about his foundation? Now, this is where I'm gonna have a problem with Kirstie, right? Talk about me all you want. Come at me. I'm gonna respond to you. You notice that Mr. Wayne Panton never responds to these things. Him and I are cheese and cloth. We're different. Okay. He's his own man. He's actually older than me. So, sir, respect is due. He's a little bit older than me. He has his own personality. I'm not advising Mr. Panton on how to live his life or what he has to do. What I do know is when people, and this is where Kirstie now really, you know, the more I thought about this, even after yesterday's show, I think she owes the Alex Panton Foundation and Wayne Panton an apology. Because Kirstie, I know you're in New York. I don't have your address and everything. And I'm contemplating having some legal papers served on you. I'm gonna pretend like I'm Dan Scott for a minute. And I'm gonna tell you something here this morning. You have just made a critical mistake, right? Because you have put out misinformation, not just about me, because I will address you. And, you know, when I'm ready after 9:30, I'm going to drop a few bombs on you too. But you have embroiled an innocent man and a foundation that has nothing to do with CMR. In fact, Wayne Panton is so particular about his foundation that was set up. And this is, I'm going to tell y'all something. I actually have Kirstie's number. Somebody provided it to me, and I'm going to call her this morning because I want to hear what this young lady has to say for herself, because this is egregious and disgusting at a lot of different levels, right? Listen, I don't have to tell most people in this community that this foundation was set up in memory of Alex Panton. The Panton family, unfortunately, lost their son to suicide. I remember the Saturday evening when it happened. I was actually, and I feel so sorry for this family, I was actually driving home on the Newlands bypass. I feel like the Newlands bypass hadn't been open for very long. I was driving home back in the day, and I lived in Newlands. That's where I owned my first apartment, my first home. And I remember, this is like embedded in my brain, I was driving home on the bypass and I passed an ambulance, and the ambulance was silent. There was no sirens on. The lights were on, but there were no sirens on. If you know anything about ambulances, normally when you see an ambulance pass you like that, thank you, Tartarian. Yes, that is the name of the book that I keep forgetting. When you pass an ambulance like that, you know that means the person, unfortunately, is deceased, right? I thought, oh my God, you know, back in those days, it was a sort of thing where we still didn't have a whole lot of action going on. Like now you hear an ambulance every 2 minutes. So as you saw something like, oh my God, why is an ambulance coming from Newlands with no sirens? What has happened? It didn't take long. This is back in the BlackBerry days. It didn't take long for me to start getting messages that said a young man had committed suicide. And shortly after that, I heard that it was Wayne Panton's son. I was like, oh my God. Listen, I wasn't even a parent then, but immediately tears came to my eyes because I could not imagine any parent, any family having to go through that. That has got to be the most horrific thing in the world to find your child. Mr. Panton has not talked about it often. I still feel like, obviously, this is something that him and his family, you never get over this. You carry this burden forever. They took that pain. There's some of us who have experienced it. And if you have, you know, they took that pain and turned it into something positive, which is the Alex Panton Foundation. The foundation has its own board. It has employees and staff members. Yeah, I want to put this, I see a lot of the crying emojis. I want to put this in proper context about why I'm feeling a particular way about Kirstie this morning, okay? And why I'm actually contemplating some legal action against her. Even when I attend, the foundation has their annual symposium. For the last couple of years, they've worked with us. We donate our services as a media house to the foundation. We don't charge them. There are NPOs that we work with that we do charge. This foundation, we do not. The work that they do, without a doubt, is amazing in its own right. It's helping our young people, and we know that they're struggling and they need the help. They've got the hotline. I went to the symposium. By the way, I've got video footage from the symposium that I want to put up about all the different organizations on island, youth-based organizations that were there that have different things. As parents, you need to know that these organizations exist and all of the things that they have to offer, and you know, how they can help you as parents, how they can help your young people as well. Inclusion came in, all these amazing organizations. And so they do an amazing job. To try to intertwine him as a politician with this foundation is wrong. He does not use it for political clout. When he attends these forums, and he's there every single year, you will never get an interview from him. He refuses to do an interview. You see, this is when you're a principled individual, right? I'm not sitting here telling y'all that this man is perfect. I'm not sitting here telling you that he's never lied to anybody and he's never did wrong. Wayne Panton and I have had our issues. I have sent him a scathing email when he was part of the Progressives. If I could put my hand on it and read it to y'all, y'all be like, damn. Yes, I've been calling people out even before CMR existed. Okay? My mouth has always been my mouth, and it can talk and tell you how I think it is. So to be very, very clear, he never engages in interviews. His wife is extremely involved in the foundation. Now, I don't know Ms. Jean that well, but the things that I know about her is she's a very soft-hearted person. She would probably give you her heart, just like Wayne in a lot of ways. He helps a lot of people. And every time he helps people, I always say to him, it comes back to bite you, doesn't it? Maybe you need to stop helping people. I mean, as sad as it is, you need to pull back. But he's one of those people. Find it difficult to tell y'all no. You see, that ain't me. I can tell you no, honey child, and look you right in the face and say, next. So I know that when he hears stuff like this, that this is hurtful to him. It's hurtful to the foundation. It's hurtful to his family. Kirstie, you need to apologize to the foundation, and you need to apologize to the Panton family. What you said, which are a bunch of lies, is completely wrong on so many different levels. Okay? Now, I suspect that people do it. Remember the video I was telling you guys that was going around Chelsea? There's one about Hunter, and they were trying to reach out to all of my advertisers. They're coming at me because they claim that, oh, I influenced the election last time. The PPM blames me for why they lost the election. Okay. Not your actions over 15 years. No. That had nothing to do with why you lost the election. Oh, God, no. Heaven forbid that people didn't vote for you for that. They just voted because everybody's sitting down listening to what CMR has to say. And apparently I have some mind control tool. Ooh, mind control. I tell you who to vote for. Like, really? Are y'all serious? This is ridiculous. Get it together, progressives. As Andre said, look at the man in the mirror. Be accountable for your behavior. Understand why you're down in the dumps and why the people don't want you. Maybe if you acknowledge that and humble yourselves. Just doing this marketing ploy. Okay, man, 4.0, that don't mean nothing to none of us. Okay, man, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 never got us anywhere. Now y'all talking about your 4.0, and look at how you're scraping the bottom of the barrel. The best you can do is beauty queens and wannabe elitists and festival kings. Try and find some substance, will you? And joke, that's it. No, honey child, that not gonna work. So because of that, you'll notice that the progressives in particular, and even some members of the CINP on the down low, because you see, the CINP, I've not said very much about them yet. And so they've been playing this kind of coy little game with me, where they see me and they smile in my face, but because I'm telling the truth about them as well. Behind the scenes, Carmen Macfield, cousin Carmen Macfield, is circulating the video in her group. That's what that lady was saying yesterday. She don't know why they're circulating it to her, because she gives a flying expletive about all this foolishness, and what she needs to do is focus on how she's going to solve the issues. Now listen, Carmen is in her feelings, and I get it, because if Sandy Hill says, well, the people telling me that you're not going nowhere, honey child, that you not get voted in, you feel upset about it. Well, I spoke to Dan Scott about this yesterday. It wasn't really a confidential conversation as such. Dan Scott said, of course she was going to win and she was going to beat Kenneth. And let's wait until April 30th. She's still going to beat him. I said, oh, poor you, honey child. Y'all are living in la la land. I said, really, Dan? I said, with all due respect, sir, you're entitled to your opinion. Nothing wrong with that. But my opinion, because I listen to the people in Georgetown Central, my ears is down to the ground. Remember now, I'm a Macfield, on the one side of the family. On my mother's side, I'm related to all of the Macfields. There's no Macfield in Cayman that's a Macfield in our family to me. So technically, Kenneth and I would be cousins because his father's a Macfield. Carmen is family to Kenneth. I think Carmen's actually a double Macfield. She's a Macfield and she married a Macfield. Okay? So they all family, and they would all be family to me. But y'all know I don't really care nothing about no family. In that sense, just because you're family don't mean that you get any special treatment, any special dispensation, or anything else. You get treated just like everybody else. So I have said, and Carmen's committee members, Mr. Amelia can tell you, I not got no reason to lie. Anything I say behind your back, I'm the type of person that can come to your face and tell you the same way. Sometimes I don't do it because I don't want to hurt your feelings, but it's not that I'm not capable of doing so. And I have said on this program, I like Carmen. I've known of her. I don't know her very well, but I've known of her for a really, really long time. I think at one point she was even one of my customers way back in the day. Nice young lady, but does she have what it takes to take out a Kenneth Bryan in Central? No. That's my opinion. And I can tell you them people down in Central, them little old ladies and stuff that Kenneth got in the bag as his voters, they talks, and they talk to each other. And so when you hear them say stuff like, honey child, Carmen came to my front door and she couldn't even answer the question I had for her. And then she looking next to the other CINP person next to her to help her answer the question. No. They're not voting for her. They're like, well, at least we mightn't like what Kenneth was saying, but he answered the question. So this is what this person was saying is Carmen is sending out the video in her group. That's okay. Because I get it. You've heard that I've said you're not going to beat Kenneth. You never really had a chance of beating Kenneth. You're up in your feelings about that. That's fine, Carmen. You can be up in your feelings, but it's not going to change anything. Okay? Who here thinks that Carmen was going to beat Kenneth? Most of you like, who's Carmen? Y'all don't even know who she is. These are own people down the east. They're like, Carmen, who? Who Carmen is? She live Prospect. She not really been hanging out with the people down in the east. That your people down there. That's central. That's who you need to win over if you're going to win Georgetown Central. So if your own people asking who you are, you're at a disadvantage. I don't care what them CINP polls telling you, because y'all out there trying to finagle and mess with my polls, and I know exactly what it is that you're doing. Go look at the poll questions, honey child, and you'll see. You'll see what I'm talking about. All right? So she's circling it around. That's fine. Because like I told Mr. Dan Scott yesterday, I said, Dan, talk to your people, please. Because, you know, the funny thing is, right? I, like I said, have purposely not really had too much to say about CINP. And I don't think y'all want me to, because when I start talking about these Johnny come lately Christians, you're Christian now, but it wasn't that long ago that some of y'all were abandoning your children, cheating on your wives, letting the second wife not even have you talk to your children anymore and all this kind of stuff. I don't really want to go there with you. And so I'm going to just suggest that don't put me in a position where I have to. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? Now they're up in their feelings this weekend because we reported on Heyman Rankin. So let me say this first and foremost, right? I'm going to be very, very clear to Carmen and all the other people in the CINP and all other groups. You guys have these little groups. Yes. You have these little groups that you're in, and you're meang and talking in these groups, and you don't know how much Auntie Sandy has access to what y'all are doing in these groups. And trust me, right now, I could sit here and tell you some of the stuff that has been circulating in these CINP groups, and your opinion of them would tank immediately. Because I know, and I have seen with my own 2 and 4 little beady eyes, what they have been up to and what they have been saying. And I go in there quite yet, honey child. Don't make me go there, CINP, because I have seen the messages for myself. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Some of you all, the positions that you have in the community, if I highlighted what you were saying in these groups, you might even lose that crown. You hear me? That's what I'm telling y'all. Don't with me. Y'all think Auntie was born this size and not 930 yet. You can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And I can tell you one thing. I am not easily fooled by anybody. Yes, Mary Star beat Kenneth. How? Oh, they're confident. No, Paradise Thinkers, you need to follow what I'm saying. Strong Wilt says Sandy, she can't beat Kenneth. Not my mother's dead body. But, you know, everybody thinks they can win. This is an interesting thing about election. I guess I've been there myself. Everybody goes in it thinking, oh, yes, I'm going to win it. I got enough numbers. I got enough support. That's because people be lying to y'all. Hallelujah. 840 people listening to the live stream. Take your tea and do a little click, click, clink. Cheers. Yesterday we went to brunch. My daughter's like, cheers, Mom. She's so sweet. Cheers, honey child. Y'all here for the sauce this morning. And everybody watching that clock waiting for 9:30. So what I would say, folks, is at the end of the day, just some of y'all candidates need to tread lightly because y'all not ready for this is the big boys league, and you are simply not ready for the big boys league. Damien says, sounds a bit delusional to me. Oh, they're delusional, but they still think that they can win. Anyway, make them go ahead. Like I said, the government need $1,000. All right, honey child. Government need the money. Elections office need that. Thank you very much. This video, Roar says, who do you think paid Miss Foster to read the script? I have no clue. But the problem I have with it is her misinformation. Let me break it down for you now, right? Number one, do not insult me as a female entrepreneur that someone else has to bankroll, finance, whatever you want to call it. What was the word that she used? I'm going to play the video here for those of you who've not had the benefit of seeing it, that somebody has to bankroll CMR in order for CMR to even exist. Her biggest backer, her biggest financial backer. Kirstie, you need to get some facts is what you need to do. And you need to ensure that you know what you're talking about before you open your mouth. Okay? Because there have been people in this country, and again, I'm going to go back to Dan Scott's example, who have gotten sued for saying far less than that. Here's what she had to say.
To come to a place where you realize that this media house is literally tearing us apart.
Really?
She does this every single election, and it doesn't have to be election. It could be anyone. They're going to be torn apart. And essentially what this is bullying. And for me, that's why I can't support the person who is literally a huge financial backer to her, because inside my mind, I'm like, how can you run an organization that is against bullying, but you can support the biggest bully in Cayman? It's very contradictory, and it sends a message that you're supporting someone who has destroyed many Caymanian lives, many expats' lives, and many people that have come here to do good things.
Oh, I had to wonder, which expats would she be talking about? Was that Larry and Linda or Chris and Karen? What was her name? Can't remember her name now. Who was she talking about? Some of my biggest fans are expats because they know when they're not getting paid and they're being abused by Caymanians in this country, they can come to CMR, and CMR is fair and impartial and is going to call people out no matter what. You see, when she talks about the fact that Wayne Panton is my biggest financial backer, that's where Kirstie, that's the reason why you're about to get a lawsuit on your behind. 2021, the election started, and I had not spoken to Wayne Panton in years. He had his constituency office. As you remember, at the time, he was not in office. He was not elected. And he reached out to me, and I remember the conversation very well. He said, Sandy, I see that you've got this platform now. Remember now, CMR started in 2017. My biggest financial backer would have waited 4 years to come on board when CMR was already trending as the number. Within a year, we were trending. We were beating Cayman 27, Compass, and CNS. So where was a big financial backer? You think 4 years in is when I needed Wayne Panton to come to my rescue and pay my bills? Girl, please get a clue. Wayne called me, and I took the phone call. Wayne Panton and I actually used to talk a lot back in the day. We were both residents in Newlands, and I knew him from when I briefly worked at Walker's when I returned to Cayman, and we kept in touch over the years. When he joined the PPM, I saw him turn into something that I didn't like. I told him about it. I was very frank and honest with him. I'll go and see if I can dig up that email from way back when he was minister. He might still have a copy of it. And I told him about his backside then. Huh? So when he reached out, he said, I understand you've got this platform. I'm thinking about running for election again. And I was wondering if you were offering packages to candidates and so on. I said, oh, yes, actually I am. I said, here's the package. This is how it works. And he then said to me, after we discussed that, he then said to me, what happened to us? Why are we not talking anymore? How did we get here? And I said, oh, you might not remember. Maybe you don't know from my perspective, because sometimes this happens. You have relationships with people. The relationships change or fall apart or whatever, and the other person doesn't know why. And I said, let me tell you why. And I gave him my feelings on it, and I told him why. He said, wow, you know, he didn't mean, if that's how he was coming across, he didn't mean for that. And he apologized. Is there a way that we can move forward? And I said, all right. I said, here's how we move forward. You're running as a candidate. I have a business. I'm offering services. This isn't a friendship club. If you choose to advertise, fine, whatever. If you get elected or you don't get elected, what I need from you is transparency and honesty. So if I ask you a question, Mr. Wayne Panton, I need you to be honest. And I can tell you since 2021, to the best of my knowledge, that man has never lied to me. And if I ask him a question that he's not in a position to answer, he's not going to answer it. And sometimes he'll make a comment in a roundabout way like, oh, how long are you going to be up? And the first time he did that to me, I was like, huh? What does that have to do with the question I just asked you? And then what I understood him to be saying is a press release was going to be coming in a short amount of time from official government sources, and I needed to wait on the press release. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Sandy. You're going to come down with a heart attack? Or
not me, but I got to set these people straight.
You only got one heart. All right, like my ex-wife told me, she said, the doctors find my heart should be given a Nobel Peace Prize.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, what I'm calling you about, there's National Road Authorities is building a road, is right across from Spanish Lane, off of Conch Point Road. Now, this road,
Mr. Dexter, let me pause you right there. You're going totally off track today. And we need to keep this conversation on track for a reason. We're running out of time. So can I invite you during an open mic time to call back with this road issue?
Yes.
I'm happy to deal with it, but we can do it on open mic. We're focused on something right now.
Okay.
All right, honey.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm in the car, so I can't get anything on it.
Yeah, you're on 103.1. Go to 103.1. The frequency changed.
Okay. All right.
All right, honey. Okay, good.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. So listen, it is one thing to call me a bully. That's your opinion. She's entitled to her opinion. What you're not entitled to do is state something as facts when it's not facts. 4 years in, I never had any financial backers. I certainly didn't need any in 2021. That's when Wayne Panton started talking to me and when he started advertising with CMR during the last election. How is he my biggest or one of my biggest financial backers? For your information, Kirstie, he is not. Even now, I see this comment about, oh, isn't he paying you $30,000 a month? Honey child, he has picked a package just like everybody else could pick a package. Who was that made that comment? Let me see now which one that is. Mario. Yes, he's picked a package and it's not $30,000. I wish it was. But he's picked a package that offers things and anybody can go online and see the packages. His party has picked a package, not even him personally. His personal candidacy for Northside has not picked any packages. His party picked a party package. And the party gets certain things, not the individual candidates as part of the party package. Go and educate yourselves. And they pay for services and they get said services. Okay? All of my contracts, I'm a transparent person. Every single contract gets sent to CNB because CNB knows where my money comes from because they have to know for compliance reasons. And especially when you're dealing with politicians. And some of these same politicians who want to get up on stage and talk foolishness now, Mario, I want you to listen very, very carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Some of those same politicians who were offering me cash payments were sending their handlers, John, to talk to me about how they can have somebody come and hand me cash and if I'd be willing to work for them. I bet you they're not going to tell you that. They're not going to talk that, huh? Yeah. You really want me to talk the truth this morning? Y'all better go sit down because 9:30 coming up real quick. And you know what I said to them? No, Bobo. You can't walk up to me and hand me no cash. I don't deal in cash. All these people can tell you, there's not no friggin' cash and carry. You got to sign a contract. You have to pick a package. I have to know what it is you're paying for. And you got to take that money and deposit it into CNB. Because CNB need to do their due diligence, honey child. They need to know where the money coming from. That's on them. Yeah. You hear what that former governor said? Where they getting money from for campaigns? They're not getting me embroiled into no backseat dealings with Vaseline and all kind of foolishness. No. I'm running an above the board show here. Not just show, a business. This is a business. And I have to run it with integrity. Every dollar is accounted for, going and coming. That's why when CNB said to me, oh yeah, we know you want to do this whole thing with, helping people, whatever, but you can't do it this way. You have to set up a foundation with a totally separate bank account. You can't be sending people money from your your CMR business account. You can't commingle funds. And I said, really? I mean, as an organization, we want to help our community. No, you set up an NPO. That's why what I do now is I'll go buy the gift cards because I can put that down as I'm just purchasing gift cards and I'll give somebody a gift card. Or we do raffles and we do giveaways. But they said, don't accept any money into this account. Talk about donation for people. So right now, somebody calls me, oh, Sandy, I got a gift card. I said, honey, child, or money, whatever. You have to bring it to me in the form of like a gift card so that I can then give that out. Because I ain't getting in no trouble. I love me my CNB, and I'm not getting in no trouble with no CNB or no other financial crime investigation, all this kind of stuff. Because y'all don't know that they've already been snooping around the place from the last election, somebody who was financing an NPO, and the NPO got shut down because of it. Because certain people had their hands in it doing all kind of foolishness. You see, I'm not trying to talk people business. But like I said, there's plenty that I do know that's going on around the place. Mm-hmm. So I make sure I got my contracts in place. So call me a bully. You think I'm a bully? All right, fine. What you don't do is you don't lie and saying that somebody is my major financier when he's not. And I can prove that. CNB can prove it. Yeah? And then you don't extend it to talk about, oh, well, his foundation is mental health and this and that. You commingling things that don't have nothing to do with each other. Kirstie, where you say you is in New York? You don't think that I know her? Well, I mean, let me be very clear. I know exactly where you are. Talking about you're at the City University of New York, College of Staten Island. Mm-hmm. I have gotten all this information. You're trying to do a little podcast of your own, so maybe you're looking some clout. I don't know. Is that podcast still even going? But as I was thinking to myself, who is this Kirstie person? Talking about it's tea time. She got 91 views on her podcast from last year. I'm like, who is she? Where do I know this girl from? And so I was back and forth with Noel yesterday, and he actually said to me, oh, she used to own a tattoo shop. He's like, I don't really know her, whatever. People sent me pictures of the two of them. Apparently they used to sing and perform together. And I don't know what the wig and the script and all this weird stuff is all about. But apparently she owned a tattoo shop. And when he said that to me, something clicked in my brain. I was like, oh, okay. I know who she is. Aha. I have reported on her before. So then my little brain, because, I don't remember all the people that I've reported on and the sus and the this and the that and whatever. My little brain was like, but wait a minute. Isn't she the one who used to own Savage Ink Studios, the tattoo shop? And remember the Cuban guy who was accused of sexual assault on a woman? And so we did a whole show on this. And let me go back now, where we dissected what happened. and talked about how she actually married him. Somebody sent me the marriage documents, all the evidence that she actually married him, knowing at the time that she married him that he already had sexual assault allegations against him. Let me clarify, not the one that ended up in court, but another one of his co-workers. I wonder if he still came on or gone Cuba or New York with her. So we did a show in August of 2023 about this. Do y'all remember? Let me show you the picture. Your Honor, exhibit number 1. Remember this guy? Him. So she married him to get him to stay in Cayman. And I was like, oh, snaps. Now I remember this 3-hour show that we did back in August. I was like, how on earth did I totally forget this whole thing? Now, if you go back to the show, you will see that I presented a good degree of evidence as it relates to her and her relationship with this guy. And really, he was like working for her. And it was kind of one of those things where she wanted him to stay in Cayman. So it was a marriage of convenience. And that's what we called it. I'm sure that's what I would have said. Yes. So I was like, okay. So he is the expat then that she would have been talking about and defending, because apparently I'm upsetting certain expats in this community who, according to her, have come here to do good. Well, listen, the man has a reputation. He's like a Leon Gold. Yes, he got away in a court of law on that particular charge, but I can tell you, there are other people who didn't even know him. And he was trying to feel them up, government workers, having to go to his place of business to deal with him. And he tried to touch them and proposition them and all kind of stuff. Disgusting. So she was actually featured on the Cold Hard Truth. Yes, this is what happened. So I don't know who put her up to this. And I guess now, she has a beef to pick with me. But here she is. Lisa, the tattoo shop was in Tropical Plaza. I've had more than one woman come forward and talk about what she has been up to. People in the tattoo business talk to, I'm just saying. They do talk. And a lot of them talks to me. I mean, I'm not a tattoo person. I got no tattoos. I heard he was very talented when it came to his tattoos, but he also clearly had a problem. Yes. All right. So this is who she got married to on the down low. And I remember having evidence. I think somebody had even sent me the marriage certificate and all that other stuff. And we would have shared that and put that up on the show. Yeah? So yesterday afternoon, after the show, it started to come to me. Oh my God. Now I know why Kirstie's up in her feelings. Now I know why, And the person said she even divorced him and accused him of abusing the son because they had a kid together. Yes, it was one big mix-up story. Yes. And I do remember that I even had screenshots of her talking to other people about him, all kind of stuff. But there was something else with Kirstie before, and I can't remember what it is. She seems like she's got some issues. Bless her little heart. Well, honey child, you can have all the issues that you want, but you do not have the right to lie on people. That's where you get in trouble when it comes to legal actions, okay? Now, you think it's all fine because, oh, he's a politician. I'm not a politician. I'm a business owner. And every single time people like you and Mario Rankin, Mario, I've already told him, do it one more time and I'm going to sue you. Get up on a platform. And even Hunter getting on this show talking about I'm selling my you know what to people like CUC, do it one more time. If you think I'm playing with you people and I don't have enough court experience to sue you and win in a court of law, you better think again. Okay? Because you are giving a negative impression of me as an individual. And there's certain, I'll take it up to a certain point. You're giving a negative impression of my business, that somehow I needed somebody to bankroll me. Honey child, please. I sit before the people of the Cayman Islands and I tell you something. No one gave me a single dollar. Not even my husband gave me a single dollar to get CMR started. I started that on my own. As a matter of fact, the day that I decided I was going to do it, I called him and I said, Marlon, I'm going to start up a little news thing. And he's like, what? A what? A news thing? What does that mean? His only concern is this. Once it's not taking time away from family time, and this family has to be our first priority, I'll support you and whatever it is. Now, when he says support, he's not talking about no money support. He's just going to be like, okay. No, we didn't think it would become this. I'm going to be honest with you. I've always said from day one that CMR was a passion, not a paycheck. At some point, I'm a business person, and I remember his cousin, Mark, Dr. Gadari, kept saying to me, wow, you've really created something there in the Cayman Islands. That sounds interesting, sounds amazing, but when are you going to monetize it? I'm like, no, I don't need to monetize this. He said, He said, do you have bills? And I said, yes. Okay. So you have bills to pay and you're not going to monetize this? You're going to just keep paying CMR bills out of another business? Does that even make any sense? I started to think about it and I'm like, you know what? He's right. This is now a business. After a year, we redesigned the website because the first platform didn't even have the ability to take ads on it. 2.5, 3 years in was when we started saying, okay, we've had this growth. We've done this. We've done that. We'll start to take on customers. After 4 years was the first time we in Panton even contacted me about CMR. That man is not bankrolling CMR. Y'all have no clue who my biggest clients are. And you know what? I work for my money. Don't insult me. That's why I had to tell Hunter about his behind that day that he called me. Do not insult my hard work. Because too many of you Caymanians are lazy, good for nothing, sitting down on your rear end, you think there's an easy formula to any of this. All you want to do is chat and you don't know the work that goes into it. And when I sit down with my blood and tears and work as hard as I do, getting 4 hours of sleep a night, when you sit down frolicking up in nightclubs and doing this and doing that, you think you can come at me about where my money come from and how I work for it? That is none of your business, to be truthful. And I can drive any car I want. I can live in any house I want. Once I'm paying my bank note, that's not for you to worry about because you're not paying my bills. Nobody buys Sandra Hill because y'all can't afford it. Let's get to the cold, hard truth of this morning. Look at me good and understand. You can't afford me. You don't buy my loyalty. You don't buy my voice because I have set my price so high that you can't afford it. What you pay for is ad space. You pay for social media posts. You pay for your meetings to be broadcast and live streamed to the biggest audience in Cayman. That's what you pay for. You don't pay for me. I'm not for sale. Okay? And thank God that I don't need the money. If they don't want to spend money with me, this government like, oh, we're not going to spend no money with her. Good for them. Government not bankrolling me. Y'all need a clue. So When Kenneth Bryan calls and sends me money for his advertising package, is he bankrolling me? Come now. Come up to the front of the classroom. Is Kenneth Bryan bankrolling me? Oh, y'all don't think he a customer, what? Poor you. Let's sip on some tea this morning. This is a cold, hard truth. Yeah? Right. Y'all are clueless. Huh. Bankrolling me. Poor things. Get your facts straight. Come with your facts. That's what you need to do. Because when you don't come to facts, that's when you open yourself up to some problems. Somebody says she should be focusing on her studies. Only God knows what she's doing up there. Did he move to the States with her? So they actually have a child together. Oh, well, that explains even more why she's up in her feelings. Poor her. Y'all need to be careful about who you actually decide to have children with. I'm just saying. That one trap that I never fell into with all these marriages of convenience. You have nothing to fear when you know that you tell the truth. You see, I got to remember what I said 4 or 5 years ago. I'm always surprised when things pop up on my timeline. I said this and I said that. I'm like, wow, I've always been consistent. Like y'all like, oh, Sandra, love love Dart. They must have been bankrolling her too. If you go to my personal page before CMR even existed, I have always had the same measured approach to Dart. I don't know the man. I've never met the man. If you guys don't want him to own your land, don't sell your land, Caymanians. What are y'all talking about? Nobody's all good or all bad except for child molesters and rapists. Y'all want him to solve your problems, buy this for you, do that for Cayman. But then when he do something you don't like, you want to castigate the man and cut off his nuts? Come on now. I'm a fair person. He's operating a business. And that has always been my position. Oh, CUC paying her. That way she's favorable to them. Really? Go back to my timeline from Hurricane Ivan. I saw what it took to run one little stinking generator. Huh? By the way, I think Mr. Wayne Panton is actually going to come on the show. Radio listeners, y'all going to be cut off in 2 minutes. Instagram, you're going to cut off, but we're going to restart it in a couple minutes. Mr. Wayne Panton just asked if he can come on. I've sent him the link. Let's give him a minute to organize himself. From Hurricane Ivan, when I was running that little generator, I was like, Lord Jesus, I only got my fridge and one little AC on it, and this is how much I got to go and pay for gas to gas that up, killing myself with fumes and whatever. I thank CUC for the amazing job that they do, giving us decent electricity. And they're not the most expensive in the region or the world. For the service I get, if I don't want to pay for it, shut it off. Stop turning everything on up in the house and walk around like you can afford a $1,000 CUC bill. You have a choice to not use it. So I don't want Kirstie or anybody else to be trying to come at me with their foolishness. Because you cannot lie on people. That's a problem. Mr. Wayne Panton. Good morning, sir. I wasn't expecting to hear from you this morning. The service I get. Yeah, I think you might have a window open because I'm getting some feedback. So just check your tabs. Like you can afford a $1,000 CUC bill. All right, let me just pull you out for one quick second because I think there's a delay. So Wayne, you're listening to me probably in another tab. So just check your tabs for me and close out the tab that you're probably playing it on. And then I'm going to bring you back in. Hold on one second. It's a shame that this man, somebody says, give yourself a kaboom. It's a shame that this man even has to come on this morning and address this. Okay, is your tab closed? Because I was getting a little bit of feedback. Let's see if we can bring you in now. Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Sandra.
Let me first apologize. I'm going to apologize because I don't know that Kirstie's going to do it, but I'm going to apologize on behalf of all the Kirsties of the world, all of the Marios of the world, all of the Hunters of the world that want to get yourself and your foundation mixed up in just pure foolishness for political gain or whatever it is that they think that they're actually doing. I mean, it's horrible and it's egregious. And I know, as I have laid out this morning, that your heart is in the right place. You're not a perfect person, but I believe that your heart is in the right place with a lot of different things. And, you know, a lot of them are trying to take shots at both me, you, the TCCP, and unfortunately, they will do it any way that they can. And I'm sorry for that you even have to deal with that. Someone actually spoke to me yesterday, Wayne, that had the opportunity to speak to you, and I know that you don't know this. And they said that when they spoke to you, they actually sent me a voice note and said that they could hear in your voice that you were not the usual person that they speak to, that you almost sounded depressed. And I'm sorry that you have to go through this, especially in the height of, you know, a political campaign where you should be focused on your community meetings, talking about the things that you accomplished, the things that you were trying to accomplish, and so on.
Yeah. I wanted to come and just have a chat about this because the idea is not to promote any political agenda. That's why I've changed my name on the thing. I don't, you know, usually it says Newlands TCCP or something like that. This is obviously, and this is nothing personal against the young lady, but as you have noted, it is clear who she is trying to refer to, although she doesn't provide any name specifically. This has been an ongoing sort of long-term initiative from certain people, and it really needs to stop because, yes, it hurts me, but more than that, it hurts my wife, it hurts the rest of my family, and it hurts all of the fantastic people that are involved with the foundation that is named after my son. And it damages the reason for that foundation, which is not to promote our name. It is not to get any attention for anybody in my family, but it is to, through sharing our loss, through sharing what we have learned, through getting so many professionals on board to talk about this, to have the community talk about it, we are trying to address the issue of stigma around mental health issues or mental illness, so that it is not something that is kept behind closed doors, and that it is recognized as a very legitimate issue that people suffer from, that people become victims of, not something that shouldn't be talked about. If everybody took the view that physical illness shouldn't be talked about, imagine where we would be. You know, mental illness is no less legitimate than any kind of physical illness. So it is really disconcerting. And what I will disclose, and I think you were aware of it because I let you know some time ago, is that, you know, there has been an anonymous initiative going on for some time, where I've been getting these numerous emails anonymous emails from some, again, anonymous group with no name, no contact details, nothing. Basically, trying to connect me to you and connect the foundation to you and attacking you, on the basis that that this is some sort of improper sort of approach, which involves bullying. I haven't responded to those emails because I know what they're trying to do. But the foundation has, and my wife has. And let me just be very clear on something. I recognized from back in 2021 when I decided to run again, I recognized then that there was a risk that for political reasons, people would attack the foundation named after my son to get at me. And I stepped away from it. I resigned as a director, and I've had nothing to do with the administrative aspect. My wife and a fantastic group of mostly women, not entirely, but mostly women, run the organization, and they do a phenomenal job. And I'm just so in awe of the efforts and the dedication of everyone involved with that association, with that foundation, and the great work that is done. And every year, as I think you noted earlier, we have this symposium where we bring together all these experts to talk about the issues. And it is incredible that every year it seems to get bigger and bigger. And every year we learn so much about what is happening in Cayman to our young people, the stresses that they face, the challenges they face, the issues that they deal with. There's family-related issues. There's issues around, yes, cyberbullying. There are issues around a tremendous increase in anxiety, depression. This is all way too important to deal with, to try to help our young people. And we know every year we keep losing some of our amazing, beautiful young people. And it just grieves me that for political purposes, there are people who will push some of these initiatives and agendas publicly. For what reason? Just to hurt me? Do you think I'm going to just fold up and say I'm not going to care about my country anymore? I'm not going to care about representing the people of my country or representing the people of my wonderful constituency in Newlands? Is that going to make me go away? No. It isn't going to fundamentally change me either. But what it might do is it might make me be a little less reserved. And this is one of the reasons I'm on here today, because I'm just prepared to tell people, stop doing these kinds of things. I know whenever you and I have had disagreements about anything, I have told you where I disagree. And I can never forget hearing about a show that you did. I don't remember, it was a month or 2 months or 3 months ago or something, with a young lady that you'd had some issue with, and that you both sort of apologized to each other, and it was a complete turnaround And that's what society should be about. That's how we should learn and grow and become better people and become a better society. And I don't know Miss Foster. I do know if she is connected to the Foster family, as has been indicated. They have been long-term, long time, lifelong, really, friends of mine. They're like family. I love them all. I don't know her, but I don't believe that. This is some initiative that she is just engaged with on her own. It is too much of a coincidence that all these things are going on. Too much of a coincidence that that it kicks off. That multiple things kick off on a Sunday, to try to catch the news cycle for the week and stuff. So I think someone's put her up to it, and I don't hold anything against her. But I would just ask her to understand that she shouldn't allow herself to be manipulated and be used as a tool by others. I don't mind criticism being directed to me. You can disagree with my opinions. You can disagree with things that I may say or do, but do it in the right way. Do it in the normal arena. Don't try to come after me and harm the foundation that was set up, not just to honor my son, but to try to save the lives of so many of our young people that we're losing. It is really painful, and every time we lose a young person, and we've lost some that are really close to me, close to my family, and it is devastating for us. Not even just young people, anybody really. We have sat and cried every time we lose somebody in those circumstances, because you feel both that somehow you failed, but at the same time you also feel that there's much more work that needs to be done. So yeah, if people want to come at me politically, do it the right way. Don't try to to harm the foundation that I have stepped away from, that is designed to do good, to help people, to help young people in this country. Yes, it hurts me. It devastates my family. It devastates my wife. It devastates my son. It devastates people who are around who work within the organization, that is trying to do good. And it's very frustrating for me, because what do I do? How do I ask people to stop doing this kind of thing? I know they would love me to just give up and say, I'm not going to care about the future of Cayman anymore, and I'm not going to care about the people that I represent. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. And like you, if I have to take legal proceedings at some point, I will. It's not my preferred choice, but sometimes you have to do what you have to do. But I just don't want this kind of thing to continue. It is unfair. It's devastating to many people, and it is damaging something that is trying to do good, trying to help our young people, trying to help society. And I know so many young people that are struggling, and I don't want one less organization around to help. And I don't want an organization that's trying to do good to be less effective at it. So please understand that, yeah, you can attack me in many ways, but don't attack me through something that is, that is doing good. And I don't know where it's coming from. It could be any of the political organizations. It could be any of the politicians, that I've had to. I mean, God knows I've created enemies. I've had to discipline people. I've had to terminate people. But I don't make decisions like that for no reason, and I don't make them lightly. So I know, and organizations that I've been close to before, it's amazing how some of the attitudes have developed, and some seems to be a lot of sort of deep-seated feelings and deep-seated almost hatred. But that's not fair game to go after a foundation that is trying to do good publicly, and certainly it's not fair game to go after one that's named after my son, who we lost in such tragic circumstances. You never get over this.
Yes.
Your families will continue to suffer for the rest of their lives. You just don't ever get over it. And I don't think there's a week that goes by that I don't shed tears. But you sort of grit your teeth and you try to move on. You try to go on, and you try to do good for society and help in many different ways, but certainly through this foundation. So
can I ask you a few questions this morning? Because at the heart of this, people seem to think that you and I have a particular financial relationship. So I think that, I've addressed it, and perhaps, if you could just answer these questions and address it as well.
Sure.
They talk about you're bankrolling me. So CMR started in June of 2017. Did I approach you, or did you approach me at any point prior to 2021 with any sort of request for any form of assistance, monetary or otherwise?
Absolutely not. Sorry, not in relation to this. I mean, you remember that you were, well, let me put it another way. The only thing I have ever given you was funding to go back to law school.
To do the PPC.
To do the PPC course.
And that was way before CMR existed.
Absolutely. I don't remember how far I was still.
Well over 10
in
years.
Private practice then. I was, one of the senior partners at Walker's.
I could probably look on the wall and see when I got the PPC.
I don't even remember when it was, but
yeah, over 10 years.
I remember I gave that to you, and I said there are two conditions. One is I want you to try to do really well in the course, because it will help me to help you do the other thing. Meet the other condition, which was I wanted you to utilize your professional services, which had already been demonstrated successfully in showing the tenacity you have to defend yourself against against allegations, unwarranted allegations, I thought. So that condition was, please just use your professional skills and training to help other people, to give back to society. Those are the only two conditions I had. Exactly. And that was the only time I ever gave you any money.
That's right.
Ever since then, after when I decided to run again in 2021, or just prior to that, and I was looking at your platform, and even then I didn't realize the extent of the reach that you have. That was the normal commercial transaction that one would enter into. And after that first after that first show, I think I had about 5 ladies that called me within a half an hour, and I don't know why it was women, but the 5 ladies called and they said, I heard you on the show this morning and it was fantastic, and I wanted to thank you, and you've given me a reason to vote again and this type of thing. And these were people that were all, they weren't within one particular element of, of the population or society. It was a broad cross section, and I was really astounded at and it really demonstrated to me at the time the reach that you have. So that's the only relationship that you and I have had. I mean, of course, yes, I recall you being very uncomplimentary towards me in the past at different times when I was with the PPM. I can't remember exactly what all of the things related to, but I can't say that I thought that they were unfair or completely irrelevant. Everybody's entitled to perspectives and their opinions. But I certainly have not. I didn't hold that against you at the time, and because I still valued your views. You were a constituent then. I still valued your views, irrespective of whether I accepted them or fully agreed with them. But no, I have not invested in CMR. I have not bought anything in CMR. I have not funded you. I am not your financial backer. And I find it frankly offensive. And it's not just you, to be honest, because, and I'm going to go back to the days of when Cayman News Service started up, and that was started up by 2 ladies, Wendy Ledger and Miss Walton, is it?
Watson.
What?
Yeah, I can't remember her first name now, but Watson, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, even then, when I was in government with other members of the PPM, they used to joke with me that I owned CNS, or that I controlled it in some way. I just find it offensive that you have women who are successful at starting businesses and doing things and becoming significant parts of society. And people are always looking around for some man to be behind it, who's controlling it and who's owning it and who's funding it.
Yeah.
And it's wrong. I mean, we should be trying to elevate women, and we should be trying to acknowledge their abilities and that they're just as capable as anybody else in any gender. And here we are with this nonsense, trying to pin certain people to you in terms of financial backing and all that. And a lot of it is political.
Yeah, absolutely.
When I was premier, I had it from several members of government who would basically say, well, she's saying bad, she's coming at us and criticizing us, but she's not criticizing you very much. And I would just look at them and I would say, well, maybe that's something you can learn from. But it's something that has just continued. But when it gets into this area where it starts to, be reflected in being an attack on a non-profit organization that is a foundation that is trying to do good, and it's not just something that we've just created.
Yeah,
it came from a place of pain. It came from a place of love. It came from a place of being desperate to try to help other families not suffer that kind of pain. And it is just awful that there are people who feel that they can just go at it and make it a political issue. As I said, I've tried to stay away from it. I've tried to put distance because I'm was concerned about these types of issues. I know people are capable of doing it, but it needs to stop. Society needs to tell other people, let's stop doing this. You know, let's stop attacking people in this way. We need to be a kinder, gentler, more caring society all across the board. I know that's difficult at times because there are some who just make it very difficult. But please don't go after this. Don't try to bring me into this. Don't try to bring the foundation into it. I don't care if they want to attack me or you alone.
Exactly.
Don't try to come after. Don't try to include the foundation in it.
Exactly.
Because
like I said,
that is below the belt completely.
Yeah.
And it's unacceptable.
And it's just false. I mean, like I said before, I'm more than capable of defending my own views, defending the talk show, the platform, whatever. But, you know, the lies that people have to tell in order to then build the bridge to, oh, well, he's her financial backer, so therefore, you know, and then tie in the foundation. It's absolutely ridiculous. And in fact, I've never even taken any money from the foundation because what we provide here on CMR, any exposure when they come on the talk show, any advertising promotion is done as a way for us to try to help an NPO, which we do help NPOs. There are NPOs who come on board. Sandy, can you help us get our messaging out there? For example, recently we have a substance abuse NPO reach out. And I said to them, we're not going to charge you anything. I believe in your message. I believe in the way in which you're trying to help people in the community. So just send us your content. Anytime you need us to support you, we're happy to do that at no cost. I don't need to make money off of the back of any NPOs in this country. Obviously, it is a business. I've always said to people that CMR is a passion and not a paycheck. And I was fortunate enough that when it got started, I had other businesses that I could fund it with. That is how CMR got started. I didn't go to the bank for a business loan. I didn't get loans from anyone. I didn't need any investors. I have spent my own money. And Wayne might know this because my husband kind of jokes about this all the time. Don't buy another piece of equipment off of Amazon. You don't need another microphone. You don't need this, whatever. You know, I'm in a position, I'm thankful for that, to be able to fund whatever CMR costs. And I see Paradise Thinkers made a comment to say, you know, what was the relationship between me and you, that he even helped me with the PPC. Let me tell you from my own personal experience, right? Like I said, Wayne and I have had our differences politically. I don't think we've ever had any personal issues, but for many, many years, I didn't speak to Wayne when he was part of the Progressives because I had an opinion about how he was acting as part of that party, how the party overall was acting. He was a minister at the time. But before that, you know, when I first met Wayne, he worked, he was a partner when I first came back to Cayman in the late 90s. He was a partner at Walker's. I always had a cordial relationship with him. I didn't really stay at Walker's for very long. I moved on to Maples, and then I was there for about 3.5 years. But he was the kind of person that you could always pick up the phone and ask a question. He made time for you. And that's the relationship that we had. It wasn't a relationship where I hung out at his house. I've never been out fishing with him. There's a lot about Wayne that I don't even know, that sometimes he'll say things. I'll be like, wow, that's so interesting. I didn't know that about him. You know, it wasn't that type of relationship, but I have always found him to be a friendly and cordial person. So listen, like most Caymanians, I have been in financial issues. So like some of you, mortgage didn't get paid when I lost my job. I've never been to Wayne Panton and asked him for money for those types of things. Because if you know me, my education is my most important thing. Everything else I will hustle for and find a way to figure it out. But what had happened is I was on the heel of just having won the dog theft case where I was falsely accused of stealing this dog. And I'll never forget, Wayne, there's certain things in our minds, I think, that stand out. And this is one of the things that stood out about you that you probably remember a little bit of it. But when the police first came to me and accused me of stealing this dog, the first person I actually called was Wayne Panton. I'm like, oh my God, he's a lawyer. He's going to know what to do. And I'll never forget, I was actually standing outside going to my garbage bin in my little apartment complex there in Newlands. I was talking to Wayne, and Wayne said to me, well, you know, Sandra, I'm not that type of a lawyer. I don't do criminal law. So maybe call, and he actually suggested Ramsey Hale, who's now Chief Justice, because I used to talk to her. Sometimes I'd see her at Domino's there in Newlands. He's like, maybe call her. You speak to her good, see what she tells you to do. And that's why she had to recuse herself from hearing the case when it finally became this, big time dog theft case. But I've always found him to be that type of person. Like, you could call him, run something by him. He's going to listen. If he has an opinion, he'll give you an opinion. So Paradise Thinkers, to answer your question directly, that was the kind of relationship that we had. After I won the case and, the acting magistrate, Furness, threw it out and said it was a complete waste. He's never seen a case so stupid in his life. I said, wow, this taught me a lesson of how you can get accused of something that you didn't do. You can get embroiled in the system. And for quite some time, I'd been thinking about off and on doing the PPC because I already had the law degree. And I said, you know what, maybe it's time now for me to do it. But literally, the program was starting within a couple of weeks. So when I checked in with the law school, I even had to get special permission from the Legal Advisory Council, because there was a time that had passed between me doing the degree and the law school. In the previous year, they changed it where if a certain amount of time has passed, you can't just jump in and do the PPC. So they approved me. I had to do a, letter arguing my points. They reviewed it and said, okay, fine. And they approved me to do it. But I already had missed scholarship deadlines. I hadn't been in a position where I could have saved for it myself. And so that's why I called Wayne. I'm like, Wayne, I'm in a little bit of a situation. I can't apply for scholarships. I missed the deadline. It starts in a couple of weeks. I really want to do it now. And, then I found out that they had changed the law about your law degree basically expiring for the purposes of doing the PPC. So there was time-sensitive reasons why I needed to really try to do it. He said to me, okay, he said, I can help you with the first half of it because I've already committed to helping other students. And this is one of the things that, I know Wayne doesn't like to talk about the things that he does for people. But for every single person, every single time I see Frank Matfield trying to cuss Wayne about, oh, he doesn't understand our plight, he doesn't know where we're coming from and all this kind of stuff, I really would challenge Frank to tell us how many young Caymanians have benefited from him giving them money to do any course of study, has supported them through university and helped them. Wayne is that type of person. So I remember him saying at the time, I've already committed to helping several other students financially, and I want to make sure that I can do that for them. So the most that I can do is I can't pay for the entire course. I can pay for the first half of the course. And I said, okay, no problem. That gets me in. And then I'll figure it out as I'm going through the course and how to, cover the second half. And that's what he did. And there's a lot of university students who will tell you, and a lot of people in this community who've benefited from the generosity of Wayne Panton directly. And it's not because the man has money to waste or he's just throwing it around or he wants your vote or whatever. Wayne was not even in politics at the time. Wayne Panton was the one who funded, and I remember this when I was with the Progressives and I was in there when we were challenging John and Mark Scotland for not having filed their documents in time. He was assisting with stuff like that in the background, not wanting any credit or any attention for it. When McKeeva Bush in 2003 gave Riel status grants, we had to find money. The Progressives had to find money to mount a legal challenge. It was Wayne Panton who stepped forward and said, I would help. I'll get the KCs or the QCs at the time.
Actually, that one was...
Was that you? I'm trying to remember. I thought that was you.
In a different context, I was president of the Caymanian Bar Association. And the Caymanian Bar Association voted as a group to challenge those status grants. Mm-hmm. And as president, it was my duty to implement that decision. It's kind of one of the first times that you have those moments in life where you realize that you're out and everybody's saying, yeah, we're behind you, and you look back and there's not a lot of people behind you. So anyway, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I don't like to talk about this kind of stuff, but I am proud of many young Caymanians that I've been able to help, and both training as lawyers as well as training in other ways. And even though I I'm a politician, and I'm no longer in private practice, and I don't have the I don't have the disposable income that I had before. I still try to do it. And, there's a couple of young Caymanians that are going to be graduating this year that I'm supremely proud of. There's one young lady in particular who she is doing a doctorate in psychology, and she's doing some residency training now, and she's going to graduate with a PhD in psychology, with a focus on treating children who have undergone childhood traumas and this type of thing. And I'm so looking forward to seeing her come back to Cayman and being part of the body of professionals here that are able to provide this type of assistance to our young people, because we need it. We need it. It is really difficult to get appointments at times to help people who need assistance. And anything we can do, particularly to have our own Caymanians come back here. So I'm so proud of the Caymanians that are involved in the field here. Shannon Seymour and others, and with leaders like Dr. Lockhart and others, and Sutton Burke and Erica Lamb, and it's just phenomenal services that they provide. But I'm so proud of the Caymanians when they come back and they're able to do that. I don't care what's happening. I'm going to a graduation around the middle of the year to celebrate that young Caymanian's graduation that I have been assisting for about 4 years now. It's been a huge commitment, but it's worth it at the end of the day. Anyway, enough of that.
I mean, it's I think people, and I often say this, and I know Wayne has said, he'll tell you guys that I've even said this to him. I see Rochelle says, so we expect you to tell the truth. Well, you don't have to believe us, honey child. But one thing with me, like I said this morning, I don't have to have a particularly good memory, which I don't, because I always try to stand in the truth. And so what I said 10 years ago is probably exactly what I'm saying today. Because, once it's the truth, you don't have to diverge from that in any way, shape, or form. And you don't have to remember it even. There are times in a conversation I go, oh, yeah, I remember talking about this. And people say, yeah, you told us this already. And I don't necessarily remember it because the story is embedded in my brain, Rochelle. There's zero reason for me to lie now. And there's never been a reason for me to lie. And there are people who have been in my life who would know this story inside and out. You can ask any of my core friends because they would know. You can ask Mary, you can ask my aunt, you can ask anybody and they would know all of these things to be exactly what they are. So you don't have to like what we're saying, but to call us dishonest just because no reason, I think is really disingenuous on you, but that's obviously your prerogative. We do have a caller. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Sandy, good morning. And
morning.
I used to work for you and I admire you. And I always tell everybody, I admire your intelligence. I admire the family that you is coming from and where you reach. And you know who is speaking.
Yes.
It's Frank's wife. But I'm going to tell you something.
Yes.
For you to say that he having helped people, that's why he is like how he is today. Because he helped the wrong type of people and grateful and forget what people have done for him. He created that program that educate Kenneth Bryan when Kenneth Bryan was a young guy. He could help a lot of those Maxfield girls like the one there, I can't remember her name, I have her on Facebook. He did a lot. He built house of people. For all there was house that he said, the people said that they never good, whatever. The amount of things that had Frank has done for his own people. When Frank was in government, somebody told me, not even Frank, that Frank gave somebody $10,000. And they say, I'm not taking the money because you is a stupid black man giving away money. Maybe he helped the wrong people that would never stand up for him, right? But guess what? God has put someone in his way that I decide, because he helped me and I know his heart, I am going to defend him because I know what he has done for people. You cannot do hundreds for black people, because if they even find, in our country, we said, if you do 100 good and you do that one bad, it's like the 99, it was never good.
Right.
Frank,
So let me, Sylvana, let me just clarify the point that I was trying to make, because I never said he never did anything for people. I said what he does, and I saw his comment yesterday where he was talking about Wayne, is he tries to paint a certain picture of Wayne Panton, like he doesn't understand or plight, and he's just this rich person who's removed from everything in Cayman, and he doesn't know what it is to help people. I'm referring to that comment specifically from Frank, which I'm sure you would have seen on his social media page.
Maybe, make I tell you something. Maybe Frank is the kind of person, a white lady had told me this. She said, I worked for your husband 20 years ago. She said, but I can tell you something. Your husband is very, very proud. And he is one of them proud, hungry ones. If he even starving, he's not going to ask anybody for anything, because he's been in a good position, and because of helping people, he get this way. I do not know what him and Wayne Panton have, but as his wife, him and Wayne Panton went for lunch. They had like a 4-hour lunch at Tuka, right? If people do not want to take on Frank's views,
well, it's not even about his views. Can I just say this? I mean, listen. I said, I think it was some point last year, that I don't have any intentions of thinking about Frank, of talking about Frank, because in my honest opinion, he's my cousin, but he's a lost cause. And I tell people my brain only has so much space for so many things, and I refuse to rent any space in my head for Frank. And it's as simple as that. I don't want anything
you can't say Frank.
No, because the problem with Frank, let me say this, Sylvana. No, that's fine. Everybody has their opinion, but what I have found with Frank is today he's one way, and tomorrow he's another way, cussing and carrying on about the same people or the same person. He's done that with me. When you feel like, okay, you finally buried the hatchet with Frank, next week he's up in his feelings, he's posting all over the place again. I don't have time. It feels very manic to me. I don't know if you've ever been around a manic person, but I have. And what Frank does feels very manic to me, and I refuse to take it on. I thank you for the call, and let's just end it there. I appreciate you defending him, and you've said what you said, that's fine, and I really appreciate the phone call. Please have a good day. I cannot, and I refuse to take on certain people in this community. And after years of back and forth with Frank, I packaged Frank in a little box that I put up on the shelf, pushed it all the way in the back. I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to think about him, because he's I don't want to use a clinical term like bipolar, but I've dealt with people who are, and that's the feeling that I get from Dr. Frank, and I refuse to engage. I don't care anymore. He's going to post whatever he wants on his social media. He's going to say whatever he wants. Whatever he has to say about me, I don't even care. When people send it to me, I tell them straight up, I don't care what Frank thinks or what he has to say. It has zero bearing on me whatsoever. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning.
Stop making people get in your head rent free.
Is Mr. Thompson still on?
Yes, yeah. I'm sorry.
Yes, I am. Good morning. Sorry.
You know, I just wanted to put this out there for people. Like, it's just a thought. Like, people really have to sit and ask themselves, why would someone like Wayne Panton run for political office? Like why?
Yeah.
You literally just said you were helping people, you were doing your own thing, minding your business, clearly making more money. So why would you choose to run for office if it's not because you are seeing what's happening and you want better for our country. Like, it just doesn't make sense. What other reason, what ulterior motive would someone like you have to run for politics?
Exactly. He could be sitting in a hammock enjoying his retirement.
They can say, oh, well, because it would benefit his companies, but he can do like the rest of the big ballers in Cayman and pay off a politician to do it for him, if that was the case. So why would someone like him, and there are many others as well in his position that have chosen to give up a certain life in order to come under this kind of scrutiny, to have his team brought up again and all this? Like, why? He would have a much easier life if he just went and sit down and make his money and stay out of all of this.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have a lot of respect for you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, obviously, you know, I see some of the comments popping up that are negative and stuff, and that's fine. That's what comes with the political arena. But you know, there ought to be boundaries as well, and you know, the children and you know, important things that are connected shouldn't be targets. You know, I was the other day when I was on your show, there was, I don't remember how it came up, but I know there was some mention at some point, some commenter or caller or something mentioned something about one of the minister's children, and I happen to know the young lady, and she's the sweetest person. I always tell him I know that it has to be 90% her mother, not and maybe only 10% him. That in terms of the DNA, but you know, it's off limits to go after, you know, your family and things like that. And
and here's a comment. I mean, I love,
you know, she's such a sweet young lady.
And I love when these fake accounts come in. So Johnny says, I don't think the attack is on the Alex Panton Foundation. It's the fact that the Alex Panton Foundation supports Sandra, but that's not true. How does the Alex Panton Foundation support me?
Well, I didn't know until you said that a few minutes ago that you don't charge for the services you provide.
So how do they support me?
But that's exactly it. That's the first time I was aware of that. Again, that's because I'm not involved.
You're not involved in
either on the board or at the operational level. I mean, I will assist, and you know, if somebody asks me to help pick up something and carry it here and there or whatever, and of course, my wife tells me that I have to be sitting there all the time. And if I happen to get up and take a phone call, and I miss part of the presentation, believe me, I get a good haranguing. But the truth is, so much of it is it's all so valuable and so important that I really should I should try to sit there and listen to every single bit of it. But yeah, anyway, I've always expressed my concerns about politics. When I was premier, I attended, but I didn't say anything. Didn't speak. I've always had reluctance about having members of the government, you know, being on panels and stuff or giving speeches, because you know, I know that there is this potential that people could come at you and try to harm the interests of the foundation. Yeah, you know, the suggestion that it's not going at the foundation, it's going at you. Well, I'm sorry, but it's the same thing. If you're trying to use the foundation to go at you, Sandra, and it's causing harm to the foundation. What's what's the difference?
No, and like I said,
you know, you can defend yourself.
Exactly.
They don't need to go after to utilize the foundation to do that. And the foundation is just like any other consumer of media services in the country. I know that it's not just Cayman Marl Road that the foundation utilizes. but it is because you have the reach you do, and you have the listenership and the viewership you do. You know, the information that these incredible ladies that work there can distribute and provide, as well as their, you know, the experts that they bring in as guests. You can't pass up any opportunity that has that kind of reach. So, you know, people just,
yeah.
like
I mean,
I said, we're all big people. I can
Yeah.
take my licks.
Yep.
You can come at me.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you're more than capable of handling yourself as well. When you're wrong, you say you're wrong. When I'm wrong, I try to say that I'm wrong. If somebody points it out to me, I'm perfectly happy to accept that I'm wrong, because not one single one of us are perfect. You know,
Yep.
we will all make mistakes. And
Absolutely.
you know, I just wanted to say in relation to Frank McFeel, yeah, I've seen a lot of his comments recently. And his wife mentioned that he and I had gone for this long lunch. Yeah, you know, several months ago, I called him up and said, Frank, let's go have lunch. You know, there are people, unfortunately, who would say, why are you doing that? What's the point? You know, and I don't know. I just think he's a Caymanian gentleman that has had a lot of experiences, and he's well educated. And whether or not he has any kind of issues, and sometimes you feel, you know, I've seen both sides of it. I've had a great chat with him and sat down, and you know, and he, you know, he has said to me, "Wow, I made assumptions, and I didn't know this about you. I didn't know that about you." But then, you know, I think it was when we announced the party, TCCP party, all of a sudden a switch went off in him, and he just came at me. And I wrote to him personally, and I said, Frank, I don't understand what's going on with you, because when did I tell you that I needed your permission in order to be a part of the starting of a new party? I didn't have any agreement with you on anything. So anyway, you know, I don't know what it is. I just want him to know that I have nothing personal against him. I still respect him as a Caymanian and a senior and somebody with experience and education, and he can say whatever he wants to say. You know, it's a free world. You can express your political views.
You can say almost whatever you want to
well,
say.
No, about me.
Oh yeah. At some point, you know, yes, and you know, because I'm in this space as well, and I do say a lot myself about other people. Somebody just said maybe it's time. People always want to throw lawsuits at me. Maybe it's time I threw one at someone as well. But you know, I give people a lot of liberty as well. I think, you know, everybody's different. I think Wayne Panton is too kind of a person. I've told him that myself. And he entertains people where I would never entertain them. We know on this program, there have been people, whether it's Tuke, Georgie Banks, invite me out to lunch, and I say no, because I'm not, you know, like I said, I have a finite amount of space and time in my life and space in my head. And there's certain things that I just refuse to entertain, because it's just pure nonsense and foolishness. Mr. Panton is different. He is, you know, very engaging. So maybe that's everybody always here's Mr. Parsons, Richard from Texas saying Wayne Panton is following the footsteps of the Panton family pioneers. If you know the history of Cayman, you'll find that the Panton family had contributed in a positive and lasting way to the history of Cayman from generations ago, and he's representing his family name very well. You know, maybe Wayne is a kind person because genetics, I don't know, but I'm not. I don't have time for a lot of foolishness. And so let me just read a few comments, and then we're going to start to wrap up the show here today as well. Zoe, thank you so much for your comments. Zoe says, in any case, CMR provides an outlet for all Cayman residents to have a voice to be heard, and it's filling a void that exists. It's also indicative of an island that has been through so much rapid change and success throughout the decades, what is now feeling a loss and a connection and communication. Zoe also says the popularity of CMR is indicative of the strong need the people of the Cayman Islands have to connect, reconnect, communicate, have dialogue, and have a voice and to be heard. CMR successfully fills a void for all residents. The Cayman Islands has gone through tremendous changes and successes decade after decade, and the result is a lack of connection, communication. Good always comes, with the bad, and when their views clash, hopefully it's a forum where we can all find, and then unfortunately it got cut off from there. Zoe, that's the point, really. I have never said that people need to share my opinion or agree with me. I've got my opinions. Sometimes they're strongly held. People have their opinions. I've always tried to, if people are respectful, to try to give them an opportunity to share in the dialogue. This show became a daily show during COVID at a time when we all felt a little bit lost in this space. I was reminded yesterday, Marlon sent me a video of her daughter, Gigi, actually telling her grandpa 5 years ago. I'm going to just show you this video. This is a personal moment now that I want to share with you guys. But 5 years ago, little Gigi was sending a message to grandpa saying that she really hoped that he was feeling better because he was not feeling well. And I just felt like COVID was a time when a lot of people went through stuff. Some of us shared and some of us didn't share. This show had to go daily because I felt like we all needed a space. We all needed someone to talk to. And there was so much in the air about the vaccine, and there was so much confusion and just everything that was going on at that time. And one of the personal things that, my family went through is and was the loss of Marlon's father today, actually being 5 years actually since that happened. And of course, because of COVID, we were not in a position to travel. His funeral was delayed until that December. He passed away in March, and they actually held the body till December when some people could travel. He's got, family in the UK. It was just a mess. And I just want to share this video with you because it going back to what Zoe's saying about our need to connect with each other. Whatever your views are about this platform and certainly this program, the one thing that we have been able to do successfully, we've still got over 700 people here at 10:30 when I know some of y'all should be working, is that we provide a platform for people to connect. And we're looking out for each other, even the days that we don't agree and we might get in our feelings. We're here thinking about each other. If we don't see Miss Brenda for a couple of days, you guys are messaging me, Sandy, where's Miss Brenda? Where's Miss Charlene when she had her stroke and she got sick? What happened to Miss Charlene? Caymanians at their core are good people, and we do care about each other, even when we're fighting and we're having our moments. And so I just wanted to share this little video. This is little Gigi 5 years ago. What do you like to tell Grandpa? Tell Grandpa I love you and I hope you feel better soon. Go and record for the camera.
Grandpa, I love you, Grandpa. I hope you feel better soon. I love you, Grandpa. Feel better soon. I love you. Now we can play hide and seek. I love you, Grandpa. Feel better soon.
So, folks, that was 5 years ago, and unfortunately, the following day he went to the hospital in Jamaica, and he did not make it. He passed away. And so, we all are going through something. We all have these memories of where we were at a particular time. And this was a time when, although my family was going through this, I was trying to be here for the Cayman community. You guys were on the show like flies on what every single morning because you felt like you needed someone to talk to. There was so much going on that you weren't getting answers from the press conferences, and we were here for each other. We have built an amazing community here at CMR. I consider it family. So when Johan comes in the morning, we know exactly what he's going to be saying. Who y'all blazing up today? He's going to talk about my dry up brownies because he wants more brownies. You know, we've gotten to know each other as a community. And I think that that's important. And as long as I can continue to do this, I will do this. I'm happy to take my licks. I'm happy to take whatever criticism you guys want. You know that I can be a very no nonsense person, and there will be people who will continue to get blocked on the platform. And it is what it is. Because there's some behavior that I will simply not tolerate, especially when it comes to my guests and how some of you like to carry on. You just take it a little bit too far. And listen, if I'm telling you you're taking it too far, you know it got to be bad. Jonathan, Adam, good morning, sir.
So, good morning, Sandra.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Mr. Panton.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm all right, sir. Mr. Panton, I just wanted to share with you that I, for one, and I believe that there are many others who thank you for, taking what was a tragedy within your own family. Thank you and your family for filling a need which existed in Cayman by creating the Alex Panton Foundation. And I wish your foundation and what you started and everybody who's involved with it the very best and much success. You truly filled a need that existed and you brought forth something where it wasn't before. And I'm just very grateful that you guys have done. I think it's a wonderful initiative that y'all started. And just want to thank you, man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of lots of good, wonderful people that are involved, and some of them have suffered their own loss and their own tragedy, and continue to work to help others as well. I mean, the Kelly family are a very strong example of that as well. And they're involved with the foundation, and they have their own sort of parallel foundation that they work together. Everybody works together to try to serve the interests of helping our young people. And I'm so proud of all of them. And I try to thank them as often as I can. Once a year we have these Christmas dinners where we all get together, and I thank them then, and Jane thanks them then. She thanks them all the time in communications, but I just want them to know as well from me how much I appreciate them, how much I value them, and the incredible contributions that they make to making society better, to making our young people better, making their lives better. So thank you all very much to all of you. You know who you are.
Absolutely. And Johnny, another fake account, jumping in the comment section, says, supporting Sandra Ween, that's the only problem Cayman has with you. I wish that was the only problem Cayman has with you. But once again, how do you support me? I mean, it's so, Johnny, it is so, like, what are you talking about? Ween Panton.
There are so many people that I hear criticizing you.
Yes.
But at the same time, I see them doing things to harm Caymanians in other ways as well. So what are they talking about? I see them in Parliament doing the things that they do.
And then I'm the problem.
And then they think that, well, let's put it this way. We all know that under the Parliamentary Privileges Act, we have protection.
Mm-hmm.
We have protection for the things that we say in Parliament.
Exactly.
You don't have those kinds of protection.
Exactly.
And the kinds of things that I hear people saying in Parliament at times. So I'm getting a bit passionate about this, but social justice to me is something that it's very deeply ingrained in me. And when I see people abusing privilege to have a go at other people in Parliament, and they wait till Parliament to do it.
Yep. Even
that's
making threats.
Not fair. And
we saw people recently making threats in Parliament, and the Speaker of the House said absolutely nothing.
Well, I mean, that one was astonishing as well. The threats weren't aimed at any particular person, but I found that astonishing. that somebody could stand there and make a very clear threat at somebody or some people. I would never dream of doing something like that. But even putting that aside, we've had over the years, in recent years, in the last 5 or 6 years, we've had so many instances of things being said and done against people that don't have those same kind of privileges. They don't have the protection. It's really, the Speaker's office should be able to say, sorry, this is off limits. And sometimes that happens, and oftentimes, it doesn't. But the fact that people believe that they can abuse privilege in that way, and it goes to high office as well. When you are placed there to serve the interests of the people of the country, you don't have the right to condemn certain elements of society just because you're in a position of power. I just, I've been accused in the past of taking on certain people and, wanting power. I have no desire for power. I am interested in doing good to help people in the country. No, I have no desire for power. I walked away from power because I was tired of the nonsense. But it became very clear to me that there were elements of opposition stitched together with elements of government that were trying to, do what they wanted to do. So I said, okay, there you go. Here you go. Here's your chance. Do what you want to do.
Here's the funny thing now. Johnny Rankin, another fake account, says, bro, you got fired. You didn't walk away. This is the same person who claims that the only issue that people have is that you support me. But then we see, based on the comments, that obviously isn't true. He talks about your loan to Sabrina and all this other stuff. That doesn't even have anything to do with me. So once again, people show their true selves a lot of times by the things that they say. Yeah. And the bottom line is this. Someone mentioned, oh, well, Kirstie has her freedom of speech as well. She does. But what she doesn't have the freedom to do, Mario Cardi, is she doesn't have the freedom to lie on people, to put out misinformation in the public that impacts people in their reputations. So just like Dan Scott and everybody else can sue people for misinformation, she and people like her need to be mindful that all freedoms, even as I sit here and I say what I have to say, there are limitations on what I can say. That's why when I tell you, when I come to you guys with something and I'm saying it, you better believe, especially when it comes to politicians, that I have checked and fact checked and I know what I'm talking about, because otherwise I open myself up to litigation. So that's how it works. When you're in the business and you want to get on a platform and read a script from someone, but yet you don't know that what you're saying is true, you need to be careful, because at some point in time, someone is going to challenge you and take you up on it. So, Johnny, you've never found yourself in the conversation for the past 5 years here on CMR. We know what this is all about, right? The crazy thing for me is that there are people who want to target me that try to do so through Wayne Panton. There are people that want to target him that try to do so through me. And it's so funny because people seem to think that we have this relationship where I can tell Wayne Panton what to say, how to think, and what to do. And I know for a fact that they've done the same thing with him, where, they go to him and, oh, you better control Sandy, you better do this. How can Wayne Panton control me when he's not invested in this platform in any way, shape, or form? He's just trying to reach the most amount of people. And just to prove the point, if you guys have any concerns or you don't believe what Zoe and other people are saying about the reach of CMR, look at this morning before 10 o'clock. We had, this is just YouTube. This doesn't include Facebook and our Instagram listeners. We had 496 people on YouTube alone and 26 people by comparison who are watching Radio Cayman. So if you're a person who's trying to reach the general public, who are you going to go to? Where 26 people are watching you, or where in total over 800, 900 people this morning at a single time are watching you and listening to you? It's a no-brainer. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't go to Radio Cayman, because they might have some listeners over there. They have a different audience. So you might go over there every once in a blue moon, but you know that whatever you say on CMR is going to be heard by the masses. So even from a purely business perspective, you get more value for money by coming to CMR because you reach the widest audience. Most of these shows on average have 10,000 plus views per show. And that's Monday through Friday, every single show. This show will have probably 15 or 20,000, in the coming days. So it's just at the end of the day, it's just numbers. I am running a business, and politicians have the option of advertising. And the fact that some do and some don't, that doesn't have anything to, it's up to them really. It's a matter of business. So what I say to those same people this morning, I'm going to repeat it again for Johnny, because of course, Johnny Rankin had to go find time to create that fake account. When I tell you that Kenneth Bryant has advertised with me, I got his money in the bank. Are you going to go to Kenneth and run to him and say that that he has, supported my platform and that he's bankrolling me as well? I'm just curious, how this works, because I'm very, very interested to see what logic you'll be using to put it all together. So we've got Cassandra on the line. Good morning, young lady. I think she hung up. She's like, oh my God, I didn't realize you're in the show. She's a beautiful young lady. You know what I'm going to say? Her flight was delayed. Hold on. I'm going to call her back. She's a beautiful young lady who's visiting this weekend. We had brunch yesterday. And hold on. Hold on one second. I'm going to actually be interviewing her for Women's Day. So hold on a second. Let's see if we can get her back on the line. Hey, Cassandra. Good morning.
Hi. I was just telling him I was seeing how soon you can meet us at the Kimpton.
Your flight was delayed until when? Next week?
Yeah, I wish.
Oh my goodness. What time is it delayed until?
It's just an hour back.
So
yeah, nothing crazy.
So listen, you're live on air. I went into a little bit of overtime this morning on my show. So you're also you're also in the social media space, and you and I as two female business entrepreneurs had a little opportunity to catch up and speak. And I know I'm going to be doing an interview with you, which my listeners will get to view, but give them a big shout out since you're here.
Yes, everyone. And this is my first time on the island. It's been beautiful. You all are beautiful. The island's beautiful. So thank you so much for having me. I am from South Florida. My business is run out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And I had the pleasure of coming here with some friends. I am an entrepreneur, obviously, but I work with athletes. So I help kids get scholarships to go to the next level, to professionals to play ball at the next level. And I've been doing that for quite a while. So it's been interesting, helping. And it's very rewarding to see others get to the next level. I love helping people, and I love working with athletes. And I've been doing it for a while. So all my socials, I'm on everywhere. Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, New Era C2. My name is Cass Clayton, but I go by C2. Everyone's called me C2. And on every platform, I'm New Era C2. So hopefully, I can see you guys. You can follow my journey. If you have any kids or any student athletes that you're looking to get to the next level, train, coaches, I'm that person to reach to. So
yeah, wonderful. Well, it was so nice to meet you and kind of, share some ideas and get caught up. And of course, as a woman in the area, I'm always happy. I know that we'll do some stuff, and I'm always here for you if you need any advice or anything like that. So, and it was great having you in the pickleball court yesterday. It was short trip.
Yes, that was so much fun.
It was a short trip, but sweet. So definitely, come back and visit our beautiful island again.
Absolutely. Listen, when I get back to the States, I'm going to keep playing pickleball. And when I get back over here, I'm going to come and play you
Challenge
again.
is on. Challenge accepted.
So
Challenge accepted.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well,
thanks.
Yes, continue your show. I'm here for a little bit longer.
Yes.
So
Okay. Awesome.
just let me know.
All right,
Okay.
hun.
Bye,
Have a
everybody.
good one. All right. Bye,
All right,
Cass. All right.
Bye-bye.
So, yes, again, going back to a theme that we had earlier about just Caymankind. And I think as all Caymanians, we have an obligation. I agree with Wayne Panton. I'm trying to be kinder in 2025. You guys notice I haven't popped off as much this year. I think that every year is an opportunity for us to grow and to learn and to do better. And, why not? So thank you so much, Wayne, for jumping on the show this morning. Miss Lucille in the UK listening to the program. She says, Mr. Panton, look at you. I'm heartfelt. I feel your pain. I'm a Caymanian in my heart. She's not a born Caymanian, but she's a Caymanian in her heart. And she says, I give you all. When it comes to children, I felt the pain with everyone. I give you all my blessing. Good or bad in Cayman, stay blessed. So thank you, Miss Lucille, for those comments. And again, Neelis, acknowledging the amazing work that you do. She says, thank you, Mr. Panton. Last election, I didn't know the things that you do for community. This 4 years has shown me a lot of us, how you try, and we appreciate it. Miss Melba Nixon in the comment section. Good morning to Miss Melba. Miss Melba, by the way, thank you so much for sending that soup for me the other night. I was working the event at Pedro, and she thought of me and had someone bring me some soup, which I was able to get a little bit of, and it was so delicious, Miss Melba. I know you made that soup, honey child, because that had the right amount of seasoning in it. So she says, Mr. Panton is just a man. Yeah, not only with a big body, but a big heart, and so humble. Thank God for Wayne and his family for sticking with me during and after my two biggest losses and death. I've learned that family can not only be family. May God continue to bless Wayne and his family. True, good old Caymanians. Thank you so much, Miss Melba. Caller, good morning.
Good morning from the Brack. How are you all doing?
Good morning, Carrie. How are you?
I'm good. I just want to call and good morning, Mr. Panton. I just want to wish you well for the election because I know you guys got this. As you know, I'm very supportive of your team. I am very, very, very supportive. I know you've got a great team there and you've got some good people there, including Auntie, which I am so floored that you guys got him. Honestly, I am really, really happy about that you made that decision. So I just want to say I wish you all well in the election. I know you'll do good. And I appreciate you, and I think that you will be a good leader again when you get back in. And I make sure you get a top post this time. You go into that horse trading with your bull whip, okay? Take care.
All right, thanks so much, Carrie. Devani
just
says,
to be clear, I'm not going to be leader.
No, yes. Devani says, don't give up. Yet they talk about CMR bullying, yet they hide to do it to you. Shaking my head. If they're trying to bring you down, it's because they're scared of you. Thank you, Devani. I mean, listen, at least I stand here and say what I have to say to people's faces. I mean, Gabby, good morning to Gabby, says, yep, they have their minions doing their dirty work for them. That's the only way that they can win. Zoe says, thanks for all that you do, Mr. Wayne Panton. Carrie for Kim and Brack says, CINP is done like a turkey on Thanksgiving. Oh my goodness. Mirstar says, this is going back to my earlier comment, says, only people stand a chance in Georgetown Central is Auntie and Kenneth, and it's going to be tight. That's common sense. Who paid Ms. Foster to read the script, says Roar Cayman. And Roar also says, yes, I know Wayne Panton personally, and that's the type of person that he is. All right, folks, we are going to wrap up here. Trisha says, laughing out loud, ousted like running with the ouster. I'm not sure what that means. Okay. Paradise says there's no need to give anyone attention who keeps beating the same dead horse. Y'all publicly address it today. Ignore anyone who speaks on it again. That's what I would do, invite them on the show. Well, they're always, let me say this. A lot of you were saying, oh, well, contact her. I mean, I don't have her number. Kirstie does not even live in Cayman. So let's be very clear about this. She lives somewhere in New York. So she's happy to call into the program. I'm happy to engage. I know that, no, I know ousted, but then what she said, ousted and ouster. I was a bit confused, but anyway, at the end of the day, she's free to come on this program if she wishes to do so. All she has to do is message me. I'm one of the easiest people to find, believe me, because I do respond to my messages. And so if she wants to do that, so we can understand what her issue is. But the more I realized yesterday who she was, that we had highlighted, this relationship between her and the Cuban guy, what I will say is that it then made sense in terms of why she has a personal axe to grind with me and why she would have been very, very easy for someone to use. By way of an update, because once again, I only know some of these situations and so forth because of you, the general public, updating me. And I was kind of opining earlier. I said, I wonder if the guy is with her in the States. And someone said to me that he actually has left the Cayman Islands and he's gone back to Cuba. This is very, very interesting update because apparently this person said, and I have more to tell you about all this mess, the tattoo man was deported because he tested positive for a communicable disease, which, in Cayman can get you deported. And they said he's actually infected many people. Now he's in Cuba with a girlfriend and they both have it. So you guys are in the know more than me on these things. I never knew him. I didn't know who he was or anything like that. What can I say? This is a small community and part of my job is reporting on people. And we do talk about a lot of different things. We didn't get into much of politics today. So on tomorrow's program, please tune in early for that. I do have some video clips from John's meeting that some people have asked me to address. Once again, him talking about I wonder if we could just take a few more minutes since Mr. Panton's here, because this is something he can actually address directly. He was talking about how dysfunctional caucus and cabinet was, and he came there and found this dysfunctionality. I'm sure you have not seen these videos, Wayne, so let me just play them for you. And I wonder if you could comment on them. There's 2 video clips, so let me just play the first one, where he basically talks about everybody was dysfunctional and crazy, I guess, but him. And he walked in to the situation with a lot of infighting. And so this is what he had to say. Listen to this.
I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, that is not a good idea. That is part of the reason why we're here now, because we had almost all new ministers and none of them knew what they were doing at the time. And they didn't have a person that were leading them properly. And he didn't know what he was doing either. And he couldn't control them. When I went to caucus at first, I was putting my hand up, parting fights, right in the caucus. I am telling you, it was a disaster. So ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, there's some good people in there in caucus, but I can tell you, it was a bad situation. And whenever Mondays came, which Mondays are caucus, that would be a day that I would fear. I've never seen anything or experienced anything like that in my life. And the reason why I'm saying all that is because I've chosen to work now with the PPM. What I did in doing my analysis in terms of which party to join, I went back to my people first in terms of what direction had they sent me in since 2017.
All right, Mr. Panton, that's the first video, and he does go on a little bit further. So let's just watch this short clip as well.
Endure. It was constant. You heard some of that, what I said last Wednesday, in terms of you didn't know whether you were going to wake up the next morning. Everything is done by WhatsApp. People were leaving the government by WhatsApp. They were calling emergency meetings by WhatsApp. Let me tell you, we didn't know if we were going to wake up in the morning to a WhatsApp message saying that an early election was here. Because it was talked about all the time in caucus about early election, even from the time I got there. And we can see the instability that would be caused in this land, the whole world looks at Cayman, right? And for see us running this country like some banana republic, you know, threatening to resign at any minute and threatening for early elections and all kinds of stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you the way forward is to have like-minded people together in a party or a group. And I chose the PPM. I can tell you that all of them came at me at some point. I met with other parties over a year ago. And although we're all Caymanians, I love all Caymanians, even when they try to hate me. But I didn't like what I was hearing in the direction they were going. So we have one group that is full of new people, no experience whatsoever.
All right. Mr. Panton, I mean, since he's talking about your caucus and your cabinet, any comments that you wish to, he basically said it was dysfunctional and you guys were communicating by WhatsApp. And I mean, I think everybody communicates by WhatsApp now, so I don't know what the big deal is there. But you guys were dysfunctional and you were always fighting and everybody always wanted to resign and quit and all this sort of thing. Any thoughts on what he has to say during this political season?
Well, I don't know. There's so much nonsense there, but I found it interesting that he talked about fearing Mondays and fearing coming into caucus. This is a guy that caucus is supposed to start at 11. He might show up at 3. And the rest of and then he might have been awake for 20 minutes and then he would fall asleep, and I would have to be tapping the table and signaling to people next to him to tap him to wake him up. Sometimes you would hear a snore. I'm not trying to go at him, but he has spent a long time going at me from the time he left the government. When was that? That would have been about October or September, probably September.
Of 2023, yeah.
23. And he did that by WhatsApp. He walked away and just said, he was leaving the government. And then he went on this circuit around. I don't think he came on your show, but he did a lot of the media. Trying to convince the country that, that the government was a disaster, that I was a disaster, that I was an autocrat. If I was an autocrat, he would have been fired half an hour after I appointed him as a minister. Because let me tell you what happened there. And this was, it's a reflection of the experience of people in government with Mr. Seymour. But he, half an hour after his appointment as a minister, and of course that followed the heels of, having to make the difficult decision to terminate the then Deputy Premier and Minister for Finance for bad behavior. Let's put it that way. Again, there was a code of conduct in place, remember? The first code of conduct that was ever put in place for cabinet. And what's the point of having a code of conduct if you don't use it, right? So anyway, half an hour after he was appointed as a minister, he sat there in front of the entire senior management team in government and made the statement that everybody knew he was allergic to the building. So they shouldn't expect him to be around very much.
What?
There were people. I looked around the room, and there were some colleagues just they were picking their jaws up off the floor. And unfortunately, that's the experience with him. He was hardly ever around. His staff found it very difficult to get a hold of him, to get anything done. Okay, I'm taking the gloves off, right? Because I have tolerated nonsense for the last year and a half. This is a man that just didn't show up to work. And when he did show up to work, he did very little work. And the only time, he could get any work done was when he wasn't sleeping. And, and you can watch him in Parliament. He does the same thing. He falls asleep in Parliament all the time. But the really, really interesting aspect about Mr. Seymour is that he will sit there and tell you that people misunderestimate him, or just misunderstand him and underestimate him. And that he has all this talent, and he has all these skills, but I have yet to see him take the opportunity to demonstrate what those skills are and what those talents are. And he was during the motion for no confidence back in November of 23. He repeated something I've heard him say before. He's probably said it in Parliament before. He talked about, setting a low bar for himself so that he could never fail. Like, what kind of rationale is that? How does that give people any confidence that he is trying to elevate his performance or be a role model, or set a standard? I don't know. I don't. It is illogical. I can't follow it. He is such an interesting character, but it's just incredible. It's incredible how there is this reality, and there is this perception that he holds of himself. Now, I don't want to tear anybody down, but there is a huge difference between the reality and his own perception of himself. If I was the autocrat that he claimed I was, he would have been out half an hour after he was appointed, making those kinds of statements. And the comments about parting fights and all that, it's hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. I don't think I ever saw him put his hand up for anything, much less part a fight. No, it was. Well,
I know one thing that I heard he put his hand up for. During we were still transitioning out of COVID, and he put his hand up for reopening the country at any cost, regardless of who might have died or gotten sick, because he had a concert to put on. So that's the one time that he was pushing for something to actually be done. You may not remember that, but as I recall,
I do recall something along those lines.
Yeah.
And I thought, he was. I remember on one occasion he was extremely rude to one of the advisors. Most of the problems I had with people and colleagues in government was the way they responded to civil servants and others that would come along to give advice. These people are just giving their advice, and we can take their advice and let them leave the room and then make our decisions. But sometimes they would choose to just interact with these people and get into very antagonistic discussions. And and I would have to put my hand on people or just say, listen, we're going to stop this right now. It's just astonishing that he wants to try to create this perception that that there was all this malfunction, and he was the great controller of it and stopping the fight. The interesting thing is that some of the more of us, let's say, at times rambunctious or vociferous people in terms of expressing views, are the same people that they've now taken on to the PPM,
Mm-hmm.
people that they historically despised.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this man is now suggesting that, you know, he's joined a party that is steady and that, you know, he's taken on some of the same people that he's complaining about.
Yep.
So it's
and it seems like you don't remember the incident, but it was actually with the then acting CMO, I forget her name now, the Spanish lady, that he went on so bad with her that she was going to resign and leave Cayman. It was him, Chris Saunders, and a few others. That's the story that I heard coming out from other members about how they were telling her, don't worry about opening up the country with any medical advice. So Trisha has a comment. She said, so Wayne, if nothing is true about you, why would he do that? Chris, move on. And the four of you following now kick you out. I want the truth. So Chris moved on. I actually have seen the letters, Trisha, with my own eyes. I'm trying to go through the proper channels. It has been put into the deputy governor, the cabinet office, and the governor's office, because the governor is actually who fired Chris Saunders, Trisha, for the record. And I have gone to them and asked them for the documentation to be able to put it out in the public and to prove it. There's certain things that have to be redacted because there's so many people who are fearful of Chris Saunders. And now I can see why, because imagine if he can get in the House of Parliament and threaten people that's recorded, that he knows it's being recorded. What would he have been saying and doing when it's not a camera there and when it's not being recorded to the poor civil servants? They were fearful, and some of them had to be put on leave until the governor could deal with Chris Saunders. So Trisha, Chris Saunders didn't move on. Chris Saunders was terminated and fired. So let's speak the truth here this morning and call that what it is. And I have seen the letters back and forth between the parties of exactly what transpired. I've seen the letter from France Manderson to Wayne Panton asking him on behalf of his civil servants to please do something about Chris Saunders, that you have got to act as a leader of this group. So don't get it twisted. Chris Saunders did not move on. Chris Saunders got terminated and fired from the position of deputy premier and minister, the ministerial position that he held at the time. And if the FOI keeps taking too long and I don't get it in the next week, I will go to the unofficial sources and said, look, yeah, give me a copy of those letters. Let me put it out there, because every single one of you fools who believe Chris Saunders that, oh, he walked away and he didn't get terminated. No. You don't know the truth. Are you refusing to believe the truth? Let me put it that way. Yes, Mr. Panton, poor thing. He said, boy, I can't take that on here this morning. Somebody
well,
said,
let me tell you.
This is what I said about you this morning, Mr. Panton, while you think about that. See them kahunas hanging big and broad again? That's what the people that Caymanians want from Mr. Panton. They said, good morning. Tell Mr. Panton to take them gloves off for these buffoons. So people, listen, people want to see this side of Mr. Panton. I know this isn't he likes to be very demure, very diplomatic, but the people sometimes just need to hear the cold hard truth.
Well, let me just clarify. I did an investigation.
Mm-hmm.
I satisfied myself that I could take the action that I felt convinced had to be taken, irrespective of any letter from the senior civil service. Anybody's, and you know, the Mr. Manderson letter, anybody else, I think you referred to that. And I spoke with the minister. I indicated to him that I needed to have his resignation. I did not want to get into it. I didn't want to get into any discussion with him about it, because it was so incredibly sensitive. I presented him with a resignation letter. He could have signed it. He chose not to sign it. He left. He was escorted out. And I then went to plan B, which was to sign the letters to the governor requesting the revocation of the appointment as minister and deputy premier. I take no pleasure in any of that. It was a very, very difficult thing for me to do. But it was also very, very difficult having to listen and to see the impacts that he had had on some people. And as premier, I had to accept responsibility for having him in that position. So I had to make the decision to remove him. He then went out and did a WhatsApp saying he had left the government, or he had resigned, or he was resigning. None of that was true. He did not resign. There is a constitutional process through which you are removed, just in the same way that there is a constitutional process that you're appointed. So it's just reversing that process.
Right.
So I didn't want to get into any discussion about it at the time, and I don't particularly want to right now either. But I just think it's appropriate to clarify that that's the way it happened. So back to Mr. Seymour and his suggestion about people leaving the government by WhatsApp. I think he knew full well, because I immediately had a meeting with all members of government to inform them of what transpired. Now, what they didn't know, and I didn't tell them about until then, I didn't get into any details then either, but I didn't tell them the issue and the fact that I was going to remove him. How could I? I have a situation which is extremely sensitive, and I have people who are terrified of the consequences, terrified of their own safety. I can't. I have to deal with it in that way. So Mr. Seymour, he likes to project this image that he's this peacemaker, and he helps to control things. Let me tell you, none of that is true. The reality is he spends most of his time chatting nonsense or arguing about wanting. I mean, I'm not going to say he has no valid perspective on some things. That's not true. That is not true. He does. But to suggest that he was there helping and pounding the table and holding his hand up and being the peacemaker and directing traffic and that everything was a disaster, that was not true at all. In fact, most of the people who actually asked for him to come and join the government to begin with, several months later came back to me and privately said, we are really concerned that he actually came over here at the request of the PPM to destroy the government, to bring it down. And I have to say that in hindsight, it's very hard to argue that they were wrong. Of course, there are other people. There's at least one other person who is has historically been joined at the hip with him, who was obviously likely involved in the same way. And I think what has transpired since then has borne that out. Anyway, people live and learn. But this suggestion that, he is some bigger person than he is just not true. I wish he was somebody who was dedicated to doing the job. I wish he was somebody who would show up and participate and be awake and be engaged all the time, not just for short periods of time. I wish he was somebody who would be able to work within the team that he was working with. I wish he was somebody that didn't really make stupid, embarrassing statements like, I'm allergic to this building, so don't expect to see me around here, even though my name is Seymour, but you're not going to see more of me around here. It's astonishing when you see these realities. And yes, he's talking about the perception of Cayman. Well, he takes a perception from within the government and goes out on the radio and tries to tell the world that the government and the Cayman Islands is just a disaster. So who's actually creating that negative perception? It's him. For his own interest, for his own purposes. Right? And I could get into some of those things as well, but I'm not doing that at this point. Yeah, I think the gloves are probably going to come off because I'm tired of the nonsense.
Yeah.
And if you don't confront some of these things, I believe it only makes things worse. You know, you have to do the difficult things sometimes in order for things to be better.
Just a point of clarification. This person says we needs to say which minister / DP was terminated, had their letter of appointment terminated. Some viewers may be confused because he's talking about both Chris and John in this discussion. Let's make it clear for the voters.
Well, there was only John was never the deputy premier. So it was Mr. Saunders who was the deputy premier and minister for finance and minister for border control and labor.
And he was the one who was terminated.
Right. So when his appointment was terminated, I took on the Ministry of Finance, and Dwayne Seymour was appointed as a minister for border control and labor.
All right. So clarification for anyone who might have been sitting in the back of the classroom a little bit
and then
confused.
promptly announced that he was allergic to the building. You know, if he had told me before that he was allergic to the building, I wouldn't have appointed him as minister.
Yeah, that would have been important.
That's where you come to do your job.
Yeah, because that would have been important to know for sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Merstar says, Mr. Panton, boxing you now. Richard says, you don't have enough kabooms to give today. Well, let's give one anyway. Marshall says, we know who he's saying that was joined at the hit with John. He has since joined the PPM. Damien says, we can all see through that. He's trying to get revenge and showing the true party that he supports. Howling at the moon, says Merstar, which, by the way, we had a blue moon, I think, a couple days ago. It was beautiful. I don't know if you guys have noticed the moon.
No, it wasn't. Was it a blue moon?
Was it a blue moon?
They call it a blue moon. I think it's some other name for it, but
yeah, but it was gorgeous. I mean, it's been big and bright.
It was a big, beautiful moon, and then we had the full lunar eclipse around midnight or early in the morning.
Yeah, so we've had some lunar events. So I don't know who all has been howling at the moon, but it has been absolutely gorgeous. All right, folks. Barbara G says it takes a strong man or woman to come and see Mar. Just a fact. Separate the men from the boys, people, and vote the right way this time. A blood moon. Thank you, Lady T. That's right, a blood moon. You guys are such ace students today. Give yourselves a pat on the back. Miss Brenda says, could Mr. Panton say whether the 41 PRs that Mr. Saunders revoked were reinstated or not? Those were the ones for non-payment, I think. So once you have it revoked, can you get it reinstated?
Well, first of all, it wouldn't have been him that revoked any of those. It would have been the board. I doubt that they were reinstated unless I don't know. I can't say that I'm familiar with that process exactly. But yeah, I see Palmer making the comment, enough is enough. Yeah, I think we've heard some of the reasons why enough is enough. You know, I'm sorry. Let me not get into the politics. This was not about politics this morning. But
yes,
as you put up some of those videos, and I see these nonsensical statements being made that are, you know, just gross representations of the truth. I have to respond to them. Anyway,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And
yes, sir.
I was very afraid to ask you if I could come on this morning because I didn't know if I could handle it. But yeah, I was grateful to be able to get through it, and thank you for your assistance. I would just love to see Cayman be a better place, Cayman society be a better place, and we all have to work together to achieve that for our people. So God bless everybody. God bless the Cayman Islands. Please be safe on the roads, as my good friend says, safe travels on the gravels.
Thank you very much.
And have a great day, everybody.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you to Mr. Wayne Panton. Marshall says, let's take it there, Mr. Panton. It needs to be said. As you guys can see, Jim says, thank you, Mr. Wayne Panton. He is, you know, he has a different personality, you know? So I know that even this would have been very, very draining for him today. And I'm sorry that he even had to come on and address it. Justice will be served, says John Down is sleeping because he's doing bar hopping, Bobo. He acting like thug boss. Oh, Lord. What a hot mess. Yes, not everybody is able to obviously, you know, that's why I have to put on a certain cap on my head, even when I come and do this show some days, because it can be mentally draining, even for the best of us. And so, you know, I take no prisoners. You guys know that about me. And I don't have time for foolishness. People are apparently Dr. Frank pulling out letters that was served on him from way back 2000 and when was that? 2021 when he was out there spouting his lies and whatever. Dude, get a life. Like seriously, get a life. Nobody cares. You know, seriously, your issues, just get a life. I don't care. I don't care what Dr. Frank is doing. He's irrelevant to me. Trust me when I tell you he's irrelevant to me. You know, even when I have to do his funeral announcement, that's still going to be irrelevant to me because I'm not even going to post it up. I don't care anymore. I simply don't care. You know that people say that there's a thin line between love and hate. And I always believe that because it takes energy. When you dislike someone, when you hate someone, you have to put energy into them. When you truly are indifferent to someone, you don't care, that's when you know they're not in your head. Nobody not gonna live in my head rent free. And nobody not getting in my head. I'm gonna give you permission to get in my head. He doesn't have permission. Okay? So please, folks, stop sending me stuff about Dr. Frank. I don't give a shit what he's doing, what he's saying. I don't care. I don't want to talk about him. I don't want to call his name. In case you missed the memo that I posted, when was that? Let me go back to the website. It was a while ago, where I had come to a moment. You guys might remember this editorial. I published it because I wanted all of you to know, do not, you know, send me anything. Now I saw Hunter trying to call. Shall I call Hunter back? I realize we're in a little bit of overtime. I don't know what he was calling about. But shall we give Hunter a call to see what he wants? Because we don't have anything to hide here on this program, obviously. And I saw him calling my phone twice this morning. I didn't answer his call at the time because we were actually playing the John video. So shall we take this call to see what it is that he wants? Because you know, I ain't got much to hide from y'all. So let's do it. Okay. All right. Maybe he's out of Wi-Fi, so we'll give him a call on the regular line, and see what he wants. Why are you calling me?
Sorry, the number you are calling is unable to accept your call at this time.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. All right. So that's that. All right. So don't know why he was calling, but he did call me twice. So I was giving him a call back. They all want to be in the winning team and can't, says this person. Their slandering and ghetto fighting needs to be nipped in the bud ASAP. Maybe he's got you blocked. Well, he can't have me blocked if he's calling me on WhatsApp. I'm just saying. Cayman Brack says white custom, he hasn't been elected. Who? I mean, obviously, if he's calling me, he's not blocked. So Yes, call him back, says Miss Brenda. Call him back and cuss him out, says Marshall. Listen, y'all can see 2025. I'm trying to cut back on the cursing because Aunt Lottie would not be pleased. You know. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sandy.
Hi, love. How are you?
I'm good. You played a clip and I heard something.
Mm-hmm.
And what it does to me, it says that this is the way how some people think about others and even about Caymanians when it comes to the workforce.
Okay.
You have to get experience somewhere. And if you have it in your head that, listen, these folks don't have experience, it's the same thing when our children who go off to college and come back and is applying for jobs, that is the same thing you're going to use on them. We have to have experience. No, you have to get experience somewhere. That simply means somebody has to hire you for you to get experience. Okay.
Now, so you're talking about politicians. Thank you for saying that, because at first I wasn't quite sure. So let me tell you my opinion on it, right?
Yeah.
I think that when it comes to political office, this is not an entry-level position. It's not a position for unqualified individuals. Okay? You can gain experience in a lot of different ways, but when you go into public office, you have the responsibility of being partially responsible for $1 billion budget. That's not a job for a high school leaver. It's not a person who has never even handled a household budget before. This is where I think we go wrong. I agree with you.
I am not speaking about the experience with the politician. I am just saying that as a minister, I hope this is not your mindset across the board.
Oh, I mean, I would hope not, because it depends on what it is that you're talking about.
That is what
in this specific job, because there are people who do say this, you know, they take it one step further and they say, well, everybody had to start in this job somewhere. That is true. But one of the reasons why we're in the mess that we're in now is because of the fact that we have hired people who can't do anything. They can't get anything done. They've had no life experience. They have no education. That's why they're going out there thinking that it's good value for money to overspend on a school, that it's good value for money to go out there and buy a Tahoe that they don't need. They're wasting the people's money and all these other things. That is why they act like children even, because they've never had a real job where they've sat on a board and they've had to agree to disagree with people, but do so respectfully. They've never been in a position in the professional world where they had, the technocrats and the professionals come to them, do presentations, and then as a board, they had to make a decision about how to move forward. So part of the reason why we have the dysfunctionality that we do in politics is because we are hiring underqualified people, ill-qualified people, and people who either just want it for the money grab, want it for the power, or both. So we need to do a better job, in my personal opinion, of selecting the right people for the job. And part of that should be a little bit of experience as well. It doesn't have to be experience in politics. So that's different. Listen,
I 100% agree with that.
All right. So we're on the same page. And I get your point. Every young person has to start somewhere. We have to give them opportunities. And they will screw up. They will get things wrong. Getting in politics, that's not a training ground. Somebody said to me that there's a particular candidate running in one of the constituencies of West Bay. And his mother said, oh yeah, she knows that he isn't going to get in. But this is all about him getting the experience. I'm like, getting the experience of what? This is not a training ground. Thank you, my darling. All right. Abby says every pot need a little hot pepper. PPM are all experiences. That help. Well, Mario, to be clear, they're not all experienced. Look at who they're bringing to the table. Okay. Donna Bush, bless her little heart, she's experienced in media. So is she gonna help them with their PR? Other than working with the pageant world, I'm not sure what else Donna has done. So, feel free to enlighten me. Obviously, she's media. She's done media in the past. She has done, CIGTV. That has been an abject failure, I hate to say. So I can't even say that, wow, she's done such a great job at CIGTV, because you guys are over there, blazing up their channel and watching them. It's quite the opposite. CIGTV might actually disappear now that she's left, because that is such an abject failure. And all I have to do is ask y'all to go and look at it. Go look at CIGTV. Nobody watches. They put together daily little news clips, and nobody watches those. 187 views, if they're lucky, from 3 days ago. They have somehow not managed to reach the public with that platform, none at all. And it's not for lack of followers, because they have over 18,000 subscribers. People just don't watch the content that they're putting together. 133 views from 1 week ago. My God. Who else do they have? Festa. Well, if you want to wine, pon the wine, and wine pon the street, and know how to wine up on somebody, then Festa's your guy. What experience is that really when it comes to running for politics? Do we want them MPs winding up on each other next? Enough of them doing that already. I'm sorry, honey child, but we don't need that. And then who else do we have now that they're bringing? Donna, Festa. Who else? Justin, you guys, I don't know much about Justin. He used to manage FedEx. So he's got a little bit of experience. All right. So he might be okay. Who else do they have? Juliana O'Connor Conley. Well, she's got experience in cutthroat business, overspending the people money, taking trips that she should not be taking, building $100 million schools as vanity projects. So we're well aware of her and her experience. Who else do they have? Oh, Miss Gomez. The only experience she has is being the daughter of Barbara. So that'll be her replacement. By the way, remember last week I said how there's slackness. I need to go back the date. Now this shows you that they listen, Listen, if they tell you that they don't listen to CMR, don't believe them, because let me show y'all something. Remember I pointed out on this show, and I'm going to go back and pull the transcripts from that show because I'm going to prove how much they listen to the program. I told you guys that day, I said, look at these progressives people, right? They had not even update their cover photo on their social media page. Well, I checked it on, I think it was yesterday, and I noticed that they updated it. And in fact, the date that they updated it coincides quite nicely with the same date that I mentioned it on the show, I do believe. I'm going to go back and verify that. So I had a little chuckle to myself. Hold on here now. Let me see if I can find it. I believe I said it around the 10th. And let me see here now. Did I screenshot it? Yeah, I was talking about them on the 10th. And I believe I mentioned how they had not updated their cover photo. And guess what they did? Hold on. I keep telling y'all, there's absolutely no reason for me to be dishonest with you guys, because the proof is in the pudding, honey child. And y'all know we love some good pudding around, yeah. So what day y'all think that they went and updated the profile? All you have to do is go to their Facebook page, type in the progressives, yes, and you click on it and you see March the 10th at 2:15 p.m. How much, put your money where your mouth is. How much y'all want to believe that March the 10th, if I go back to March the 10th show, that was the day? I'm going to go find it. I'm going to find that section, and I'm going to put these two clips together so y'all can see March the 10th. Sandy said this. By 2:15 p.m., they updated the photo with the new candidates. They had not even done that, but they have experience and want to run the country. Oh, honey child. And the only reason it took them a couple hours to update it is because they hadn't had the image designed yet. Nice design, by the way. Big shout out to whoever they're using for their graphics. So yes, they didn't have that done. And these are people with experience? Really? Wow, experience doing what? I'm just saying. See it there? It was updated the 10th at 2, what time did I just tell you? 2:15 p.m. So here's poor little old Sandy having to remind y'all to do something basic like this. Nomination day, you announce and everybody went in the little bus and whatever. And all this time later, you still not update your full slate of candidates? My God, are these people serious? They have Delmira. I mean, Delmira has some experience working in the community. John, we know all about him. I must say I don't know much about the experience of other than being a political analyst and the right-hand man for Alden. Mr. Roy Tatum, I guess, has some experience in that. Kenneth Bryan, we're aware now that he's been an MP and deputy premier for a bit of time. So, you know, I guess they've got a mixed batch of people there. What a mess. They look good. I must tell you, the design is nice and they all look pretty good there. So there you go. Selvin says, do you sleep with PPM as your pillow? Would like to see some comparisons between Donna and her opponent, not from a PPM person, but from you, who is hell-bent against PPM. Oh, poor Selvin. Wah, wah, wah. Wonk, wonk, wonk. We can do some comparisons. You can say whatever you want about Heather Bodden, but she has worked in this community. When I first met Heather back in the late 90s, when I moved back to Cayman, she was working in the community then, and way before then. Donna, I know where Donna lives. She lives right around the corner here in Savannah, one of the Frank Hall developments. Where has she been working in the community? What are you saying? Say it louder for Miss Selvin. What community work has she been doing? Okay. Wow. Oh, Alva. I even forgot about Alva. Oops. Sorry, Alva. Yes, Alva's there. Well, he just finished law school and staying there and thing. What a mess. Strong Will says, Sandy, you're killing me. What a mess. Wine and whining, punda wine. Anywho, yes, you love my orange. Thank you so much. I know you think it's red, Trisha, but it's not. It's actually orange. Did I give up my PPM membership? Yes, a long time ago. Back in, I think it would have been around 2010 or so. It was before I did Straight Talk, 2009. So because I was getting my own show and I was a member of the PPM, I explicitly remember saying to them that was a conflict and I did not want to be part of any situation where there was an obvious conflict of interest. So that's when I resigned. I'm assuming they still have it on file. So you should be able to ask them and to find it. But that's when I resigned from the party. I hope you still love Makiva Bush then too. Love Makiva Bush? Lord Jesus. Clearly you don't pay attention. All right. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Sandy, I don't know how you manage these people. Frank is a madman. He need to put the parrot on his shoulder and walk around Georgetown. He lucky he have a wife. We all need Cayman status. This is what she is proud about. Some effing talking. Oh, I don't have any problems with Sylvina. She's actually a very nice lady. Like she said, she has worked with me. I've hired her to work in my company before. You know, this is a part that I don't understand about Frank and the issue that he always has with people. That's why I said he's very manic and bipolar in a way. Even people who tried to help him have tried to reach out to him. He will end up, he's going to be that person that's going to bite you. How was Ozzy's meeting? I don't know. I didn't go to Ozzy's meeting. I'm not really going to these meetings unless I'm working them, to be honest, because there's no need for me to go. I can ask. Some of them are being live streamed. They're being scheduled and stuff like that. So I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it, so I don't know how it was or anything. Cayman Brock says, yep, I gave up membership in PPM too. Well, a lot of people have. And it was so interesting, even at the TCC event, to see some long-standing people who were with PPM from the beginning have since left. Some, I think, have left because of some recent additions to the party. They're just done. I saw some older folks there that I was like, you left PPM? What a mess. Anywho, what a mess. What can you do? That's all I got to say. Beautiful day. I am going to go and lounge poolside. Let me check the weather. Ooh, blue skies. Caribbean, beautiful weather. I'm going to put on my little bathing suit today or some shorts, honey child. And I'm going to go poolside and flip my hair back. I'm not getting in the pool, but I'm going to put out my little feet. And I'm going to just nap on the lounge chair. That's what I'm planning to do. I'm going to order some food. Anybody got some nice ceviche? Y'all know I love me a ceviche, but some plantain chips or something good. And I'm going to just take it easy. I'm going to take some time off with some of the visitors today, show them around our beautiful, beautiful island. I'm like, listen, this is the best place in the world. I love Cayman. I'm a Caymanian. And they're like, oh my gosh, you're from here? And I'm like, yes. And big shout out to my little friend there, Monique McLaughlin. I saw her at brunch yesterday. Her daughter was having a birthday. Happy birthday, her 20-year-old. And she said, that she walked by and she said, she made a comment, right? In that nice, beautiful, thick East End accent. And the girl from the UK is like, oh my God, I love how she speaks. And she tried to emulate it. She's like, do I sound like her? And I said, not exactly, honey child. That accent is so unique and so different. Y'all can't just put that twang on like that. She loved it. And y'all know Monique, child. She's 100% Caymanian. And so it was just so amazing. Am I on a diet? I'm not on a diet, Miss Brenda. I'm on a lifestyle change, honey child. Let me back up so y'all can see. See Auntie getting a little bit slimmer. Yes, honey child. The belly's going down a little bit. The back fat. We're getting there, honey child. But it's not a diet. It is a lifestyle change. And so, you always have to, What? Donna has kids from one of John John's hit men that got beat up at the hotel. Do you see the links now? She does? Really? I don't know Donna like that. Oh, snaps. Really? Damn. Anywho, on that note, I did not have a clue. Who are her kids for? I don't even know. Sorry, excuse me. So yes, honey child, it's a lifestyle change, Miss Brenda. I'm changing for the better. And pickleballing. And yes, summer body's coming. That's right, girl. The summer body's coming. So yes, anybody wants to work out with me, anybody wants to play pickleball, we can start our daily walking routines, whatever you want to do. Those brownies, Johan. Oh my God. No, you ain't fluffy girl forever. You try and hush. I made some brownies the other day with the coconuts and stuff. I had a little piece. Can I just tell you, oh my God, they were to die for. Did you get any, Johan? I think Johan's little one end up eating them all. So he might not have gotten any because I see him picking out. He doesn't like the nuts, so he picks out the nuts. And Gigi's like, I saw him picking out the nuts. So, the brownies are, listen, I'm still going to make brownies, but I'm going to make y'all eat them. Big shout out to Carla. Carla, you here? Carla got to try some of those brownies. She's like, oh my God, now I see what people are always talking about, girl. They are good. Jermaine, hey, brother, what's up? He says, it's obvious that PPM is so dysfunctional. They don't even look like a well-formed team. All females wearing red. They're all looking sharp. Most of the males all wearing similar suits, except for two particular ones. Netball, really? Does netball need promoting? I thought y'all loved netball. I don't play netball. I've never played netball in my life, but Miss Brenda, I didn't know that it needed promoting. I thought all Caribbean people love netball except for me. Because like I said, I don't know anything about it. But go do whatever makes you happy. Physical activity. Netball, soccer, Basketball. Speaking of basketball, last night I passed the courts there on Cox. What is that? Cox Street or whatever, right where Cox Lumber used to be. Who was playing last night? Oh my God, the crowds. They were taking up all the parking from Blackbeard's all the way down the street. That place was packed. Was it like some kind of final game or something? I need to ask my basketballers what's going on, because that was crazy. The crowd I saw there. Good for you guys. Go support your teams. Wonderful. Yes, Abby, go swimming, whatever activity you want. Listen, walking is actually the best thing to do. Low impact on your joints, because when you get older, you know, the knees get a little bit crickety, whatever. And you guys can walk, you can swim, you can run. Running is a bit harder on the knees. Play pickleball, play tennis, play whatever you want to do. All right. Quick announcement. The remote controls for the dash cams, which were forgotten by the company in the first order, are here. Okay. So I'm going to drop those off, with the exception of the 1 or 2 people that I said specifically I'll get there. Everybody else who's gotten their dash cam already, I'm going to drop off the bag of remote controls at the DMS station, which is now called Stingray, right there on Sound Road. And so you can pick those up probably by later on this evening or tomorrow. I want to go through and put the names, because some of you were like, yes, put me down, but you haven't gotten your dash cam yet. So you're not in this group that needs to go pick this up. This is only for the people who've already paid for and received your dash cam. The little remote controls are now here. The dash cams are selling like hotcakes. We have a few more. I'm not holding any for anybody. So if you want one, do not worry. We will have inventory on hand. I'll be placing another order soon. As soon as these are sold completely, I'll be placing another order, and we're getting them quickly. So that was our first test run. And I can tell you that they're working great. Some of you have already installed them, and you're saying that you absolutely love them. You love the dash cam and it's working well. Some households are making sure that all of their cars are getting dash cams installed in them, which is a smart thing to do. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I didn't even know it was St. Patrick's Day until somebody here mentioned it on the show. Ms. Brenda says the best exercise is dancing. I agree with that. Dancing is very, very good exercise as well. So have a beautiful Monday, folks. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the program. And I will see you guys on tomorrow morning, God's willing. All right. So have a blessed day. Until then, take care.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.